And let us begin with a roll call, Ms. Louise.
Student trustee Nori.
Here.
Trustee Thompson.
Here.
Trustee Stevenson.
I'm here.
Trustee Ginn.
Here.
Vice President Dubois.
Here.
President Sarver.
Here.
Okay, a quorum is present.
Thank you. And we can move on to approval of the agenda. Does anybody have any changes they would like to make to the agenda or a movement of approval?
I'll move approval of the agenda.
And I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the agenda is approved. This brings us to the report out on closed session. And in today's closed session, the board did vote unanimously. 5 board members in favor, none against, to approve the settlement agreement for case number 20-2021-10. That was the only action in today's closed session. I did want to quickly give a summary out of our last closed session. Last Friday, the board had a special closed session that was part of the superintendent search. And although we cannot divulge any details of the confidential work being done there, I can give some updates on the structure that has been made to date. The job description that was posted was heavily influenced by the rigorous and extensive community input, and it was the driving factor in the self-selection of candidates that we received. There were 37 applications pulled to participate in the process. From that, 19 applications were submitted, and there was extensive outreach by leadership associates to reach desirable candidates, particularly candidates of color that were recommended by the board or known to the leadership team. All submitted applications were fully vetted and ranked by leadership associates into 3 tiers of recommendation level, all of which was completely accessible to the board and fully considered by all trustees. The board consideration of candidates was entirely focused on candidates' applications, resumes, histories, references, and vetting by the leadership associates. The process was entirely colorblind on the part of the board. The top 4 applicants, based on board consideration of all available data, were invited for interviews. The board interviews will be taking place in another closed session on this Friday, March 26th, with contract negotiations and announcement to follow that. So that is where we stand at this point in the superintendent search process and the specific progress that has been made to this point. So with that, we have had our summary of report out on closed session, and it brings us to approval of the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
And I'll second.
Okay, and I will add the comments that board action to approve the following items is taken simultaneously with one motion, which is not debatable and requires a unanimous roll call vote for passage. Action indicated for each item is deemed to have been considered in full. Action taken is worded therein. Okay.
Alan, sorry, we have a hand.
I do see that we have one hand up from attendees. That hand has gone down. So I will assume it is not on this issue. Therefore, we have had a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call, Ms. Louise?
Student trustee Nori.
Yes.
Trustee Thompson.
Yes.
Trustee Stevenson,
Yes.
Trustee Ginn,
Yes.
Vice President Dubois,
Yes.
President Sarver.
Yes.
Motion carried, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay. Thank you. Um, Now, I know that special recognitions is always one of our favorite parts of the agenda. And I also know that this is an extraordinary busy and transitional period of our school year as we get ready not only for spring break, but the return to the classroom on the school day that follows. So Ms. Leach, I know that it has been difficult to drum up something here. Please tell us what you can.
I do have a recognition for tonight. So I would like to talk about one of our school sites receiving the high school journalism's most prestigious award, known as the Pacemaker Award. So Karl Mann's journalism website is up for its 4th national award in the past 7 years for the Scott Scoop. It was just named a Pacemaker finalist again. So congratulations. This is a big deal, especially in the year of COVID. Students spent half the year without being able to report on sports or even take pictures in person. So this honor is a real testament to the quality of reporting and writing by the students in this media program. So I want to congratulate the students of the Scott Scoop.
I know I have had the opportunity to be interviewed by the Carmont journalism staff on a number of occasions over the years that I've been on the board and involved in the activities of the Belmont, San Carlos, Redwood Shores community. And I have never failed to be so deeply impressed by the quality of journalistic work, the level of preparation, the interview process, and then the resulting pieces that were published. There's been tremendous coverage of a huge range of community events, of school events, and of issues that are important to the lives of our students in our community. And it's just a tremendous environment, a tremendous resource for our students and our broader community. And this award could not be more highly earned and deserving. Does anybody else have a few words they wanted to throw in, or shall we move on to our next item? Okay, great. All right, that brings us then to student trustee comments.
Thank you. Yeah, so there isn't too much going on. I know all the students who are coming back got their assignments for cohorts today, which is very exciting to see if you were with your friends and people you knew. But other than that, I think people, especially students, are really excited to go back to school. And those of us who are not seniors are also starting to wonder about what next year will look like. So I'm glad that the board is going to discuss that today. But I think that's about it.
Excuse me, I muted myself and didn't fix that. For comments from the Sequoia District Teachers Association and Ask Me here, I think we've been alternating back and forth. I think we're due to start with SDTA this time, but I could be wrong.
Well, thank you for the time. I know that our members have been on campus busily trying to get ready for students to return on April 5th. And I want to express our appreciation to the site administrators who have been pulling a heavy load, getting everything up and ready and communicating as much as possible. This will be a difficult meeting for me because as much as we are looking forward to working in partnership with the district and our sites to make this the best experience possible for our students, our confidence in the district as a partner for us in that has been dealt a pretty difficult blow. As we mentioned when we spoke of the memorandum of understanding that was reached between SDTA and the district, these were especially difficult negotiations, in part because the norms of what we have expected, what we've grown to expect over my 15 years on the bargaining team, were not respected in the process, and we were put in a very difficult position at the end of those negotiations. But we came to an agreement with certain protections for our members that were very important, that were discussed at length at every bargaining session. And we finalized the MOU in order to protect the ground we had gained without specifics worked out in some of these areas, and depending on the district to deal with us fairly and in the spirit of that bargaining. And it has turned out that we were naive in that assumption. Our MOU stated very clearly that the district would work with our members who had extenuating health, family, and childcare situations which made returning to in-person difficult. I have heard from not a single member who was granted accommodations for childcare, but I have heard from over 40 members who were denied. I have heard from 4 members who were granted accommodations for members of their family who were in specific medical conditions that required their attention. I have heard from more than 4 who were denied. Those decisions were handled at the district office, and the district office took that responsibility and then returned it to the site principals, who were already scrambling to get medical accommodations handled and to work with all of the other preparations that needed to take place. At this point, we have members under great mental and emotional stress under this, members who voted for our MOU because we assured them that the district agreed to this, it's in writing, and they will live up to their end of the bargain. We were commended at the last board meeting for a 91% passage on that ratification vote. And it was embarrassing, honestly, because we normally ratify at 98, 99%. So 91 was sort of a failure in my eyes. But apparently those 9% of people knew better than we did about who we could trust and what was best. We are going to move forward with the expectation that the district will follow through on all of the other protections for health and safety of our members, of our colleagues, and of our students. But we're going to make sure that we're double checking. We've filed grievances to hold the district accountable to the language they've already violated. It is very difficult to look forward to the heavy load we will carry, knowing that the district doesn't have our back on this. Thank you.
Interim Superintendent Leach, I trust that we will be having some conversation around this topic as part of the COVID update later on. And I hope we'll circle around to a more complete understanding. Thank you for the comments, Ms. Salvatore. Our Ask Me representative, Grace.
Good evening, everyone. let's see, as we transitioned into the orange tier, we are still welcoming students on campus in the 25th percentage, and that keeps us in facilities pretty busy. So I've been on site just really roaming around, doing what I can. There's a lot of work that has been done while I was working remotely, and I want to thank the administrators and the custodial staff, especially in collaboration with the district to get the facilities ready. So thank you all, every site for getting everything ready for the return and welcoming our students and staff safely. Having said that, when we negotiated, when we had like super speed negotiations on March 5th, we negotiated and came to an agreement. I thought that I would see that MOU come to the board for approval, but maybe Jacqueline can later on share some words on why that was missed. Maybe it was an oversight. I don't know. Anyways, we're looking forward to having that approved by the board tonight. So along with the reopening, as you can imagine, there has been many questions, right? Very similar to those of SDTA with childcare challenges. And so with the expectation from the district to have employees return at 100%, we just ask that the district do what they can in helping meet the needs of our members. I know that I had a conversation with my IVP, and she is working diligently with special ed department in trying to figure things out. And so her and I will continue to collaborate and meet and discuss, and she will keep me updated with their plans, just so that we can have that open communication, so that we can work with the members on their return. Along with this, I know that there has been a lot of, I don't know, there's just been so many depressing headlines with hate crimes, and I just would like to ask for a moment of silence for those lives lost to the hate crimes against the AA PI group. This shouldn't be happening, right? It doesn't matter what race, what color, who you are. There's no room for that. So my heart goes out to those that are really hurting during this time. So if we can have a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Horton. That is a very deeply felt and shared horror and anger across the board, across the entire district, across our entire community. And one of the things that we can hope is that the federal government is in a better position than they have been to actually begin taking some more effective gun safety actions than they have chosen to do in the face of many past tragedies. As for the couple of questions that were raised, again, I know we'll get to part of it in the COVID update. Ms. McAvoy, for the part of it that was addressed to you, do you have a quick response?
Sure, I do. We usually don't bring MOUs to the board or side letters to the board. We sign off on them mutually. What we bring to the board are the things that are voted on and a ratification vote, and then we bring it to the board. And ask me, Grace, did you do a ratification vote? I was never informed of that.
We did not. We went ahead and actually we did. We did. It was a very quick turnaround. It was survey based.
Okay, if you could send me the results, then we can definitely get it on the agenda.
Okay, thanks.
Excellent. Okay, this brings us to public comment. As I have done at recent sessions, I am going to go through some of our correspondence first, and then we'll return for public comment. And I will remind the public that this portion of public comment is for items that are not on the agenda, things that have to do with reopening of the district should be addressed as part of the COVID-19 update, where they can follow that update and shape the conversation that follows that. All right, for correspondence, if I can, I would like to share my screen and we will go through what we have here. Okay, and this is a summary of the correspondence that I received for this meeting up to about 2:20 this afternoon. As you can see, there is a list of all of the people that wrote to us. This will be posted as part of the minutes. And we had a total of 88 pieces of correspondence that I went through and summarized. And the portion that was totally pertaining to public comment was these 4 items. Climate action cannot wait for convenient timing. The Youth Climate Ambassador Group would like to be on the April 14th agenda to discuss a climate emergency declaration and a sustainability leadership model. San Mateo Union High School District has adopted these models, and it's time for Sequoia to do the same. I hope that we'll be able to talk about that as part of agenda setting and moving forward. Another one reflecting at least a few pieces of correspondence. The Carlmont Pool should be reopened for the use of the Otter Swim Club. Note that we received correspondence about Carlmont's journalism website, as has already been recognized. And then finally, a letter from the Woodside High School Equity and Diversity Task Force, joining in support of Mele K. Latu, the president of the Ravenwood City School District Governing Board, to support the ad hoc committee formed by East Palo Alto Council member Antonio Lopez to help increase the diversity of Sequoia District leadership. Okay. And with that, okay. I'm just trying to figure out how to go back to ending my screen. There's the stop share. Thank you. Stopping sharing is not something I practice often enough. Okay. All right, with that, that brings us to the public comments. And again, this is period is for speakers wishing to address the board on matters not on the agenda. Persons wishing to provide comments on non-agendized items should raise their electronic hand in the Zoom platform during this portion of the agenda. When it is a speaker's turn to comment, the board president will call on that person. Staff will unmute the speaker. And actually, Trustee Stevenson is going to be monitoring the list and calling on people. Board policy ordinarily limits the time to be devoted to public comment to 10 minutes, and individual speakers are ordinarily limited to 3 minutes. We ask that everybody who wants to speak on non-agendized items, particularly not the COVID update, raise their hands at this time so that the board can evaluate how many speakers we would have and go to that. And again, the comments that relate to the accommodations for the return to work and the MOU will be part of the COVID update. So please do not raise your hand to speak to that item now. We will ask you to stop if you begin talking on that topic during the public comment. We will get to it during the COVID update. Okay. If the board decides to expand the amount of time to be allocated to public comment because many speakers wish to address the board may reduce the time allocated to individual speakers to 2 minutes or to 1 minute as appropriate in order to permit more speakers to comment. We'll announce the amount of time to be allocated to each speaker before public comment begins. We will also at that time identify who is on the list to speak. And then the time allocated will be displayed on the Zoom screen. Okay. With that, I still see 4 hands up. Tiffany, Gregory Gruzinski, Ivan Constantini, and Tricia Barr. If those 4 people each have up to 3 minutes, that would be 12 minutes rather than 10. Is it the pleasure of the board that we have all 4 speakers go with their 3 minutes?
Yes.
See some thumbs up. Okay, with that, Ms. Stevenson, why don't you take away and run us through this?
All right, Tiffany, you are up first.
Hi, sorry, this is Tiffany's husband, Kevin Wolf. Thanks for allowing me to speak today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kevin.
Sure. I am wondering what is being done at the board and district and community level to help families who don't feel comfortable sending their kids back to school, to help them understand that it is in fact safe for them to go back to school, and that the district and the board would encourage them to do so as soon as possible. Can someone address that, please?
Yes, that's part of what the COVID-19 update would be about. So that'd be a great question. We will keep that in mind and make sure that we talk about it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The next speaker is Gregory.
Okay. Hello, my name is Greg Grzinski. I am the bargaining chair for the Sequoia District Teachers Association. And I wanted to address the issue of how the district is complying with the memorandum of understanding that we have both ratified on the part of SDTA, and then the board, the school board, has also approved. And we, SDTA, have filed a grievance with the district because the district is not complying with the memorandum of understanding regarding the return to in-person instruction in the district. Specifically, the district has agreed that in the memorandum of understanding, that the district will work with employees who have extenuating health or family circumstances that may affect their ability to return to work. The district has not done this by rejecting every single application for people that are seeking to accommodations regarding childcare situations. The district, by rejecting these applications, is violating our agreement. Furthermore, another part of the agreement says SDTA and the district will work together to determine the application process and criteria for applications to work remotely. In uniformly rejecting these applications, the district has not met with SDTA to come up with a process, and in fact has completely violated the process. The district is not dealing in good faith with SDTA. Our members voted in favor of ratifying the memorandum of understanding, expecting that the district would uphold its side. The district is not doing that. We are seeking in our grievance that you will grant people a chance to work remotely.
Okay, thank you. Although the board cannot deliberate or comment on issues raised during public comment, that is something we will hold on to until the COVID update, which is when we had said we would be interested in comments like that. So thank you.
Trisha Barr.
Hi, this is Trisha. Hopefully you
We
can.
can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly where this fits. It's kind of more of a question, a rhetorical question and / comment. And it's regarding Ms. Salvadori's comments around childcare issues. And it seems to be a bit of a chicken and an egg thing. And believe me, I understand childcare issues as well. But I'm confused with that issue coming here. And instead of asking the district to solve for this, because I'm not familiar with school districts providing childcare solutions. And so to solve for childcare, wouldn't it be more helpful if our SDTA bargaining unit instead advocated to the California Teachers Association to tell all its units across the state to reopen for in-person instruction? Then all kids could get back to school. And it seems then the childcare issue would be what it was pre-pandemic. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Did we have a fourth one?
No more. Everybody
Okay.
put their hand down. It was just the 4.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And this brings us then to our information items and the presentation of the SDTA initial bargaining proposal to the Sequoia Union High School District for the 2021-2022 school year. Ms. McAvoy, I see you're on that one.
Good evening. There's actually 2 components to this. One is the initial proposal from SDTA, and the other will be the public hearing. And I don't know if Edith wants to speak to the initial proposal.
Yep, I have my hand up. as you may notice, if you've been involved prior to this round of bargaining, normally our sunshine initial proposals are a good deal more extensive than this one is. But given the breadth of topics that we needed to include, given that the whole contract is expiring on June 30th, and so we want to address all aspects there, as well as the instructional model and working conditions for opening school in the fall of 2021, and the impact of any new state or federal funding for COVID related issues. We wanted to give our bargaining team a little more time to make sure that we cover everything, and that our initial proposal is broad enough at this point that we aren't in a situation where we have forgotten something and thus it cannot be raised. And that is why you see it as the laundry list that it is, rather than the detailed language we normally provide you. But we will have detailed language.
Okay, thank you. I see that two of our attendees have hands up. And that would be to provide comments to the SDTA initial bargaining proposal. And I still see two hands up.
There were three. I guess other person put it down. I guess it's just Ivan and Casey.
Okay, so we can, I believe, let those two have a turn to speak.
Okay. Ivan? Ivan should be given the opportunity to speak. It looks like he's on mute. The technical person, is there anything wrong with his mic? Does he need to go to panel or?
He's on mute.
I'm sorry, Ricardo, there you are. Sorry.
He's on mute.
He's just on mute. Ivan, if we don't hear from you in the next couple of seconds, we'll move on to Casey. All right. So we'll move on to Casey. Is Casey gone? Okay, there's no speakers now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So everybody, do please recognize we will take speakers within the topics as we get to them. Okay. That then should bring us on to the public hearing, which is actually where there is an opportunity to take public comment on that.
All right. I don't see any hands raised yet.
All right. So if there is anybody that does want to make public comments in the public hearing on the SDTA initial bargaining proposal, this is the opportunity to do it. Okay. Now we do have two hands up.
Yeah.
President Sarver, can you announce the time and open the hearing?
Thank you. Excellent. Yes, it is 6:41 p.m. and I open this hearing on the initial bargaining proposal.
All right. So we have Debolina Duta. Hopefully I said that correctly.
Hello. I just want to make certain that in this next bargaining opportunity that we have with the district, that this time the district honor the proposals that are made in the bargaining. At this point, there's incredibly little trust that the district cares about the people that work for the district. And so I'm very saddened that the breach of the MOU has resulted in this very little faith that the district will honor their agreements and will do what they say in bargaining, in the contract, in what is agreed upon, instead of just kind of punting it through the sites. At this point, it feels as if, not feels, it's very clear that the district and the board does not care, or possibly a lot of the parents in this community does not care about the families of the teachers and does not care about the teachers themselves. We are not part of this community. That's how it feels. And that's actually the message being given. So that's all I want to say about this piece, and I will say more later.
We have Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. So I raised my hand at the initial part. Can I speak to that, or have I lost my opportunity? I
What
did
are you
raise my
speaking
hand,
to?
but no one saw me.
For
Which topic do you want to speak on? What item?
Basically, I just wanted to talk about mental health. Because I don't believe it's on the agenda item, or is it?
It's a non-agenda item.
Okay. I'll make it really quick and brief, so you don't have to stop the timer. So my name is Caroline Coleman. I am a Sequoia High School teacher. I'm an education specialist. I consider myself an access specialist. I take pride in not only advocating for my students, my 2 teenage children, but all children. Yeah. So on that, I want to just mention the emotional toll and the mental health that not only our teachers are experiencing, but our students. And in all these conversations, we talk about assessment, we talk about this at the forefront right now with teachers trying to just teach remotely and that being denied. But our administrators at Sequoia High School has had this mantra saying family first. And I'm so proud of our administration for supporting us in this way. And I'll try and keep it in a metaphorical way. If our cup is empty, there's nothing left for us to give to our students. If our families are not taken care of first, then there's nothing for us to give to our children at school. It's really important for us to be present in health, body, mind, spirit, soul. And we've been doing this because we've been able to take care of our families and teach our children at the same time. I look to my students as an extension of my family, and I know that I speak on behalf of many of my colleagues. I just hope that these requests will be honored so that we can all be present, not only for our family, but for our students who we do consider our sons and daughters or our non-binary children. And I think mental health needs to be given a priority in every conversation we're having, because I'm not hearing that enough. And I come from a place of love, experience, and nothing but wanting the best for every single person who is a part of this community. Thank you.
President Sarver, we have 2 more people. Is it okay we let the two additional people speak? President Sarver? Okay, so we're gonna go with Ann Wise and then Chris.
Hi there, this is Anne. I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but I want to speak up after hearing a few teachers voice some sentiment that I want to at least address. So I have worked through my kids with some amazing teachers through this pandemic. And I want to acknowledge that the people speaking tonight on behalf of the teachers do not represent the teachers that I know. I also want to say that this is a pandemic. We are in a really, really hard place as a community. Sorry, I'm just putting a rug somewhere, so I'm a little bit out of breath, but it's been really hard in our community for everyone, and things are changing all the time. And I appreciate that we all need to remember that facts are changing, but the facts are clear. The data is clear. Our kids, everybody's kids, teachers' kids, my neighbors' kids, we all need to be back in school. And we collectively, as a community, have to make that happen. Our kids are at greater risk of self-harm, at greater risk of depression, and at greater risk of learning loss. The instructional minutes that our kids have had, all kids, not just my kids, all of our kids, needs to go back. And I really want to say that it means a lot to me that the district has tried to be flexible as the facts have changed. And I would appreciate that the union do the same. We are a district because we teach our children, not because we employ teachers. We are here for our children first. And I don't want anyone to forget that, all of our children.
Okay,
Chris.
this was a comment that was not germane to the bargaining agreement that is part of the hearing. If the next one is also not germane, I request that you withdraw it and wait until the COVID update. If there is one last comment that was already a hand raised on the sunshine proposal that is under the hearing, we'll hear that.
Okay. We only have one last comment. I think this is the last one we'll be accepting, which is Chris. I'm sorry, somebody put Claire as permitted, but it's Chris.
Thank you. I apologize.
Uh-oh, Chris, you went out. Chris?
I have a feeling that Chris would like to speak during the COVID update.
Okay, I want to make sure. I don't want to assume he just left. Chris, raise your hand if you need to speak during this particular agenda item, which is public hearing. He's got his hand back up. Can we let Chris in?
All right, can you hear me, Ms. Stevenson?
Yes, we can hear you.
I apologize. I just wanted to clarify, there will be another agenda item to speak about the return to in-person instruction, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. I will wait for that one, my fault.
And I believe Ms. Coleman already spoke.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, with that, we close the public hearing on the SDTA initial bargaining proposal at 6:50. Okay, this brings us to the discussion item that everybody is so eagerly anticipating, our COVID-19 update. And note that the estimate that was presented was for a 10-minute staff presentation, a 10-minute board discussion. And I will turn it over to the superintendent.
Great, thank you, President Sarver. So good evening, everyone. Lots of information in the news recently, especially the last couple of days, regarding the change in the CDC social distancing guidance, which the California Department of Public Health has also updated their guidance to the 3 feet. We are awaiting the changes to the San Mateo County's framework, their change and their guidance. So California Department of Public Health looks at the guidance from CDC, adopts their guidance, and then that trickles down to individual counties throughout California. So again, we take that guidance from San Mateo County, and we are awaiting the update to their framework. With operations heading well towards completion with April 5th right around the corner, our focus tonight is kind of shifted a little bit as far as presentation goes, and we would like to present to the board what summer school during COVID would look like. There has been some desire to talk about summer school, how we plan on increasing and addressing the needs of our students over the summer. But before we go to summer, in the next upcoming weeks, we will be conducting a full classroom and site audit for the expected 3 feet change and what our logistical and operation needs would be for 100% possible return in the fall, and what would that look like, and make sure that we identify any obstacles right away. So this will run concurrent with our negotiations and other preparations for the fall. So with that bit of information, I turn it over to Ms. Hanson to share our summer school plan. And then after that, President Sarver, I hope then we can go to public comment, and then we can address some of these other comments and topics that have come up.
Thank you. Bonnie, you're not muted, but you're silent.
Can you hear me now? Okay, great. Sorry about that. Ironically, I'm drinking water out of my "You're on mute" mug. So apparently I need the rest of you to be holding those, not me. First of all, I want to thank Tiffany Burkle and the summer school principals, because they are the folks who are going to be doing the Yale person's job of putting this extensive summer school list into fruition. And next, I want to let you know that I am going to get some input from head counselors before I bring you a draft of a board policy proposal at our next meeting around graduation credits for this year's seniors. So there's more to come on credit recovery. But tonight I'm going to focus with you on what we're going to do for summer school. And Superintendent Leach came to me several months ago and said, I'd like for you to think about what is needed for credit recovery this year. And I'd like for you to think about, even though we pay for summer school out of our own pockets, we don't get money from the state for it. So it has shrunk over the years in size. Gone are the days of pre-Proposition 13, when you could take all sorts of fun enrichment courses on your campus. But this summer, she wanted to make possible a more extensive summer school experience, because we know that we've got a lot of students who could use the catch up on some classes, as well as some enrichment opportunities. So I took that charge to the IVPs and principals, and together with the IVPs, we came up with a list of what did we want our values to be in the development of our opportunities for this year's summer school. We knew we wanted to expand the priority list for who gets into summer school. In the last many years, it has been almost exclusively students who needed to make up D's and F's, and not always all of those students. First priority has been to seniors close to graduating and to freshmen, because we know if you start behind in the freshman year, data shows it's not a good predictor of high school success. So we prioritized for our first 4 areas, seniors through juniors, priority 4, who had D's and F's to make up and wanting to get summer school. We knew we wanted support for students taking courses through online platforms, teachers, staff, everybody's really tired. So I don't know how many summer school teachers we are going to get this summer. So for students who are not able to return to campus because people just need a break, or because they themselves wish to do concurrent learning or online learning, we knew that we wanted to have our teachers available to support students who were using online platforms. We knew we wanted to provide in-person as much as possible if it were safe. And we knew that we wanted to prioritize freshmen and ELD students for our top priorities on campus. Freshmen, because after a year, they haven't been here. And ELD, because when we look at learning loss and language acquisition, first of all, they're a large group of students in our district who traditionally struggle in our system. And we know that hasn't been made any easier with a year of learning from a distance. And then finally, where possible, we wanted to provide enrichment opportunities, especially in math and in English. One thing that I didn't say under the first priority, expand the list for who gets into summer school, we wanted to give students who had gotten a D and therefore were not meeting a UC A through G requirement, the opportunity to make that up during the summer school season. So if you look on the document that is there for you as an attachment, you can see that we've been able to fund all of those priorities. So for the first 4 priorities, which again is students making up a D and F or a no pass, I should say, from last spring, we are hoping that that will happen in concurrent instruction. We'll use the same opt-in, opt-out for students that we did for returning to school on April 5th. And then for kids who wish to return, we're hoping that we'll be able to provide on-campus opportunities for that to happen. That is the plan. It will be concurrent so that students whose families are not comfortable with them returning yet can also access those classes. Our next priority is ELD learning extension. This year, the district is going to fund a program for all ELD students so that we can give them some enrichment of language, opportunities to be on campus. With all of the on-campus programs, we are looking at providing counseling and emotional support for students who are returning after a long time, so there's somebody to talk to and process that transition with. We're also after that looking for SPED learning loss. Those students, as determined by their IEPs, will be returning for the extended school year program. And then we're also going to be funding in-person Compass and Team Ascent for freshmen who meet those criteria. Compass is students who are below grade level in math and English, and Team Ascent is students who have struggled behaviorally in middle school. So those kids will be coming on campus for programs, we hope. We will there be doing some concurrent instruction as well so that nobody's left out. And then finally, we are going to be able to provide an opportunity for students at any grade level who got a D in a UC A through G class to make that up online through Edgenuity. And what we are hoping to do if we get enough teachers signed up for summer school is those will be larger groups of students because the teacher won't be providing the curriculum. They'll be providing the support for the Edgenuity curriculum, but they'll be checking in with students to see how's it going, you're on track, looks like you're falling a little bit behind, do you need help with this concept, etc. The Boys and Girls Club will be opening up their clubhouses in the mornings to 150 of our students who are going to be doing their Edgenuity credit recovery remotely. So that would be our students making up a D. And they're also going to be providing afternoon enrichment for interested students across the district. Girls Who Code, and you should have gotten a Canvas invite to sign up to that for that last night, has actually extended their deadline for us. They're a great summer enrichment program, and they are looking to accept all of their qualified applicants this summer. So we're partnering with them on that. And then the last 2 are not done deals, but Foothill College is looking to partner with us on a 6-week computer science math enrichment for students. And UC Berkeley has reached out to us. They're trying to get the clearing of the ranks to provide a pilot pre-calculus enrichment because of their concern about students coming to college not ready to do college math. So that would be a win-win. I want to stress again that the last two, we're close, but they are not done deals. So that is the plan for this summer. Beyond that, I know that we have got sites who are going to be offering additional enrichments for students and opportunities for them. And I'm excited that we can offer this for our students.
Okay, thank you.
Shawnice?
Okay. Is that the end of the presentation for Zoom? Okay, are there any board member clarifying questions before we go to take the correspondence and public comment on this? Shawnice, do you have?
Yes. Bonnie, I just have a couple of questions, and I don't know if you or Crystal can answer this. One, it sounds like ingenuity. Is that correct?
Edgenuity.
Edgenuity. It sounds similar to like a learning pod, except for there's a teacher there, right? Who's there as like support to the student while they're doing the online program?
No, I'm sorry, Shawnice. I should have explained that.
Okay.
Edgenuity is an online UC A through G approved program. And well, not all their courses are A through G approved, but the ones we are offering are. And so students take that material online. It gets supplemented by our district teacher with the curriculum that they see fit. If there are elements of the program that they want to spend more or less time on, or a standard they'd like to get more coverage of, our teacher provides the support to the students and then gives the grade at the end of the class. So that is a program that is done online. About 150 kids will have the opportunity to do that at the Boys and the Girls Club if they see fit.
So our teacher will go to the Boys and Girls Club, or is it on our campus?
Neither. The teacher will be working with students online.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
All right, got the vision now. Okay. And then the second question was, I saw on the sheet about wellness support, and I wanted to know, what does that look like?
That is the on-campus counseling for kids who return to campus and realize that being back is post-traumatic stress. And they just need people there during the day. You know, Jenna Carson and I, Jenna runs Team Ascent at Menlo Atherton High School. We were talking about what is it going to be like for students to return to campus after this time away, let alone staff. So the idea is that if I'm a student and I'm having a tough time and I'm either shutting down or starting to blow out in a class, there's somebody on campus who I can go to and talk that through.
So not wellness support in the sense of, because you may have possibly kids who have been, or students, I should say, who have decided to stay at home this last semester, but maybe coming back on campus. And you may have a combination of kids who are already there, who are continuing, and those who may be coming back to campus. So I'm wondering if not just for counseling as an intervention, but more of a prevention of building coping skills. Is that part of the plan at all around transitioning out of this period of life that we're all in?
For summer school, not presently, but I'm looking for somebody who would like to contract to help facilitate that. So if you've got ideas, we're looking.
All right, I'll connect with you. Thanks. You. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, before we go to board discussion, we will have the public comment, and I'll begin with the correspondence. So once again, I will share my screen. And again, this is the majority of the 80, I think it was 88 pieces of correspondence that I've summarized here. Okay. So thanks for the comments indicating that 25% of the entire student body should be accommodated as of April 5th and up to 50% of the entire student body as of April 19th. A panel of medical experts will discuss the most recent research on COVID in schools on March 17th. I thank the correspondent for not only sharing that with me so that I could attend, but for spearheading the availability of that panel. I know we had a lot of attendance there. Planning and operation of Sequoia District schools is now based on political pressure and is not serving anyone well. Teachers are not able to do their jobs. Office hours are overcrowded. Teachers have too many extra duties. There's no class-to-class communication. Kids with special needs are being failed. That correspondence was immediately followed up by the principal for contact and follow-up discussion with the correspondent. There will be a virtual question and answer with Health Verifies Medical Director, Dr. Anna Moran of Barrow Neurological Institute. Dr. Moran will answer questions from educators on coronavirus in schools, the vaccine, and more. And that one is going to be tomorrow. I will be attending that as well. Schools must not begin on April 5th with only 25% of those students who opted in, but with up to 25% of the entire student body among those who opted in. This must increase to 50% of the entire student body on April 19th. Sideline cheer should be considered a sport rather than a support activity. It must be permitted at football games this spring. That was responded to with a lot of district activity and some modified implementation. Everyone who opted in, representing less than 50% of the entire student body across the district, should be accommodated on campus full-time by April 19th. Sequoia District should use the 3 feet of social distancing in attendance calculations rather than 6 feet. Will all TRACE students be on campus 4 days a week beginning April 5th? Will the Wednesday cohort continue? It is unfair that different campuses may handle these things differently. How will an extended school year be implemented this summer? Some of these things have just been addressed. There must be a 100% in-person attendance and no asynchronous days in the fall. The board must direct superintendent and staff to offer in-person instruction to the greatest extent possible. Follow only CDC guidelines and space to 3 feet. San Mateo County is in the yellow tier by CDC calculations. Erect tents on campus to allow more students. The Sequoia District has not fairly considered teachers' requests to continue working from home due to childcare concerns and personal health care issues. This is a breach of the MOU. The denial of requests to work from home was universal, and only a form letter was sent to teachers. No explanation was provided as to why each request was denied. Please work with individual teachers to develop necessary and appropriate accommodations for returning to the classroom. District leadership must meet with Reopen SUHSD this week to correct the 6-foot social distancing limit, change the stable groups language, and ensure in-person instruction for all. Both reopening in the spring and in the fall must be adjusted accordingly. Allowing teachers to teach remotely is the best accommodation to continue delivering the best education to our students who need it the most. For those teachers who are granted the opportunity to continue working from home, please do not move their opt-in students into other classes. Use instructional aids for classroom supervision as that teacher instructs from home. Please consider outdoor tents or covered outdoor areas to have more students safely in one place. Students who have not already done so should have an additional window to opt in after April 5th. And I can stop sharing.
Thank you
Okay.
so much. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speakers at this time. Oops. Well, 7.
8 and counting.
Okay, we keep counting.
Okay,
Tiffany,
going once
will you
at 8 people ending in, Kevin Wolf, who is using Tiffany, already spoke during public comment, and he spoke on this topic. So we will not accept another one from there.
So say that again, please. Not Tiffany?
Not Tiffany, and also not Debelina Duda. They have both spoken already.
On this issue?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna start, that was the last person at this point. So we're gonna go with Ellen Jacobson.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me speak. Trustees and President Trevor. As a parent and a teacher, I am disheartened hearing about my colleagues' blanket denial of childcare needs at the district level, and that it was pushed to the site levels to deal with the fallout. When our own children are back in class for part of a day or for 2 days a week, and the district is not willing to be flexible, that is the issue. Or there are no daycare centers for infants. As already stated, this is a pandemic. This is a unique time. We all have our own needs, and we all have our own worries, and we all care about our own families. But you're right, parents out there, we're part of a bigger community. And as teachers, we get that. We just hope that you get that. We're part of a bigger community too. We asked, what about putting family first? Teachers and staff have historically put students ahead of their own needs and at times their own families. We give up lunches, we work long hours after school, and on weekends, we write letters of recommendations on the weekends, and we do what we can to support students the best we can. But I ask the community right now, whose family and students should the staff think of right now? Are we not part of this community? We are asking for flexibility to make it work for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Abigail.
I'd like to first try to counter. Ms. Debelina Dutta spoke exactly on topic around the SDTA union agreement for next year, the sunshine topic. So I hope she does have the opportunity to speak right now. I feel like that's the purpose of this. So now I'm going to say what I wrote. But I'd ask you to reconsider that one. I agree with you that we need to be mindful and stay on topic and follow our procedures. But I believe Debelina Dutta did. So I would hope that she can speak later. So what I wrote, we're in the orange tier now, something we knew would happen someday. It's the tier I would have volunteered to go in and teach my students had the district followed their original plan from first semester. It's the tier many of our district educators would have gone in on. Virtual instruction really isn't as good as being in person for the vast majority of our students. And I'm not sure if anyone disagrees about that. But as a teacher and a voter in this community, I'm frustrated still about the district's plan to return. My staff meeting today, for example, answered very important but very basic information I would have hoped the district had already figured out. With 2 more days left of work until I return, I learned today which bathroom I would be assigned to, what will happen at lunch, the procedures if students do not wear their masks. I'm frustrated because, like I shared at the last board meeting, this is another example of why I feel like the district's plan is rushed, and this rush negatively impacts students and our staff. What I mean by that is that I would have hoped with 2 days left, my staff meeting today could have been about how to pay attention to the mental health of students upon return and staff members, how to think about this new type of instruction and some best practices from across the country. Instead, we had to focus on pretty baseline safety precautions because of the timeline. There are teachers who now, with this plan, must use all of their sick time to take the rest of the year off, instead of allowing them to teach from home, where 75 to 100% of their students were allowed to choose to be. How is this in anybody's best interest? Board, we need you to direct the district to uphold the spirit of the MOU and come up with real accommodations for employees who need them. It's in the best interest of everyone, particularly our students. All teachers want to return to normal, but with a plan that is safe for all, is thoughtful of our needs, everybody's needs, and doesn't exacerbate issues we already know we have, like a sub shortage. Thank you.
All right, I'm going a little bit out of order because I had a different list and things shifted around. So I'm going to go by the list on my paper. Patricia Bronstein.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you for listening. My name is Patricia Bronstein. I'm a teacher at Carlman. I've been teaching my whole career for almost 30 years. And just a note, my husband also is a teacher there, and we both feel the same way. I just want to speak tonight about the toll this is taking on us as teachers. As several of my colleagues have stated, this is a pandemic. It's been extraordinary circumstances, and myself, my husband, and all of our colleagues have been doing everything we can to provide the best education we can under the circumstances. Given the plan of going back, many of us, ourselves included, have requested, due to personal, in our case, personal, family, and childcare needs. We have a trifecta of many reasons of people in our family that have health reasons and needs, and children at home. And we're trying to make it through the end of the year because of how the year was started. We have filed, our requests and followed the protocols. And it is my understanding that, all of the family and children's medicals and childcares have been rejected so far. We're still left waiting on ours. I need you to understand how sick we feel right now. I mean, we are torn up. We're without options. We're not sure what we do. We're sitting here on paper trying to figure out how many sick days, what are we going to do? Because we feel like for medical reasons and childcare reasons, we cannot leave our children at home, and we cannot leave family members in precarious situations. So we can't go back. But if our requests are denied, we're sitting here figuring out well, what's going to happen? And we've been told possibly a leave. We're not sure if that's going to happen. And then I'm feeling sick because it hit me this week that I might not be teaching to my kids afterwards. And I'm like, am I supposed to tell my students I'm not coming back? I'm really working with, I've been trying my hardest with 3 AP classes to make sure they don't miss a beat. And now I'm going to be leaving them with a substitute, maybe, but I'm not sure. And I haven't been able to tell them that. I'm really worried. I'm worried about my family. I'm worried about my options. I don't know what I'm going to do. I've been trying to figure out early retirement. What can I do to be safe for my family? And all I'm asking is that I would like to continue to teach remotely from home. I don't want to leave my family, and I don't want to leave my students. As several of my colleagues have said, this isn't going to serve anybody. I would like to continue the best instruction I can, as I've been doing remotely all year. But if I'm out of options, if my requests are all denied, I'm going to have to be playing with all the options I can, and my students are going to come back on Monday and where's Miss Brownstein? And be like, I'm sorry that I was told I couldn't do this, and I'm going to have to come up with things. I think myself and many of my colleagues, all we're asking for is to be treated with respect. Students are having a choice to go back, and we also, as teachers, need our choices to protect our families as well. And we do care about teaching the students. We just want to teach remotely and have the option to be safe. We hope that you guys will work with the union and the district to find the creative solutions that we're asking for in the MOU. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenda is the next person.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, trustees, superintendent, cabinet, and colleagues. My name is Glenda Ortez Galan, and I'm a counselor at East Palo Alto Academy and an essential part of the team at EPAA and the district that is addressing equity and the lack thereof within SUHSD. I'm speaking today to express my disappointment with the recent denials for requests for health care and childcare accommodations. I have 2 sons in elementary school who are on full-time distance learning. One of them has a disability and needs my care. My absence from home would negatively impact my entire household. With the return to school, staff members felt hopeful and reassured that we work for a district that cared for their employees and that those of us with extenuating circumstances would be given accommodations to work remotely when needed. My request to work remotely was denied through a canned email, and I was instructed to check in with my administrator. To add salt to a wound, I received an additional denial, and the reason for the denial was simply, quote, "Please see previous email." The district committed a complete bait and switch on its staff members, requiring us to submit documentation, hold interactive meetings, obtain doctor's notes, later to be rejected, and leave it to administrators to pick up the pieces. Where is the equity when those who exhibit the greatest need for accommodations are blindly denied? While I'm thankful that my principal will accommodate me and has always been very supportive of our staff circumstances, I worry about my classified and certificated colleagues across the district whose admin are not willing to accommodate them and are left to figure it out on their own. The district is forcing my colleagues to make very tough decisions that will affect both their families and their students, which is completely unnecessary. I also find it ironic how we received our rejection notices one day after the mental health action team met to specifically address the needs of its staff. How are you meeting the social emotional needs of your staff with your recent actions? Thank you.
All right. Chris is next.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Stevenson. I'm a teacher at Redwood, and I'm thrilled to be back on campus with our amazing students on April 5th, and I know many of my colleagues across the district feel the same. I am simultaneously concerned, though, with the denial of requests for accommodations for our colleagues to continue working remotely given the medical risks of a household member and or childhood necessity. And I'd like to share two messages. First, these denials of accommodations will serve to reduce the quality of learning in which students will partake in via on-campus Zoom instruction. Teachers, counselors, instructional aides, and others will be forced to use personal necessity time to care for children and minimize risk of exposure to COVID. Substitutes will step in and be faced with lesson planning, creating units and assessments, establishing a classroom rapport that our incredible colleagues have worked tirelessly to ensure are of the highest quality. The experience for students will not be the same. Their academic experience will not include the same rigor, opportunities for critical thinking, or potential for self-actualization. There is a solution. Please direct site administrators to work with SCTA and AFSCME leadership at their respective sites to create flexible solutions that allow for this small percentage of employees to continue to work remotely. The percentage of students opting into on-campus instruction allows for these requests to be approved, as long as we're creative with a few details that can 100% be worked out at our respective sites. Second, this is a racial and economic justice issue. Those who have been denied remote work disproportionately reflect our BIPOC colleagues because, as we all know, legacies of racial and economic discrimination have provided people like me the privilege to have financial and familial support that allows me to be excited to be on campus on April 5th. I would feel even more excited to do so if we know that this is in the spirit of supporting those of us who need accommodations, can keep themselves and their loved ones safe during this ongoing, unprecedented pandemic. Prioritizing the needs of SUHSD staff is not mutually exclusive with providing what is in the best learning interest of our students. And if we are given the chance, we can create this model at our sites. So I really hope that we can please embark on this collaboratively at our respective sites. All of the models may be different depending on the site, depending on the numbers, and depending on the facilities. But this is a challenge that I think we are ready to undertake. And if tasked with that, we can definitely accomplish it. Appreciate your time and thank you.
Julie Martin. Julie.
There we go. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Hi, my name's Julie Martin, and I have been a teacher at Woodside for 18 years now. I've been with the district for almost my entire teaching career, and I'm also the mother of 2 teenagers and high school students. I'm thrilled to be, I hoped all year long I would get to return to the classroom and work with my students in person, and have run a cohort the past month in the afternoon to work with my students. I do think that it is an important juncture and that schools can start to return, but I am absolutely horrified by the ways the district is handling the MOU and the real breach of the MOU. As other people have said, is of course it just hits your spirit really hard because you feel the disrespect, being treated as if you're not part of the community, you're not valued at all. I ratified that MOU and signed it, yes, because even though I knew I was going to return, it was important to me that my colleagues who had medical conditions or whose family members were immune compromised or who had children younger than mine, it was very important to me that their backs were covered. And of course, you know, we know that the vaccines might prevent somebody from having symptoms that are going to kill them, but there is no evidence yet that the vaccines prevent transmission. So if you're living with people who are immune compromised, to ask a teacher to return to school and put their family members at risk in that way it's pretty horrifying when there's very simple solutions that can be worked out with SDTA and the insightfulness of teachers to help figure that out. To me, it seems like the district is being very irresponsible and sort of choosing to create chaos in the next month, to leave, as other teachers have said, to leave many students in the lurch as teachers have to just call in subs who don't know how to manage this situation and haven't spent the entire year working on learning to address the needs of students in distance learning. Those students will be left in the lurch, and it will not be the fault of those teachers, because how could you ask when there are easy solutions to still be able to work remotely? How could you ask people to endanger their family members or to leave? My kids are 16 or 17. If they were a couple years younger, I could leave them at home by themselves to manage distance learning by themselves. The reality is all schools have not returned. So hopefully in the fall, we can all return together. But for now, it is the responsibility of the district to stand up to their agreement that they made and to work with SDTA to find solutions. Thank you.
We have one person by the name of Sarah, and then the last two people we need to discuss three people. Okay, Sarah.
Yeah, so I wanted to just kind of clarify the safety things that we're talking about. I know that we've talked a lot about safety and going back, and I just wanted to remind everyone of the March 19th, the news that came out of the CDC, the Center for Disease Control in Washington, and saying, or actually Atlanta, revising physical distancing recommendations to at least 3 feet. And 3 feet they've said is fine. They said that ventilation is a component of strategies to clean and maintain healthy facilities. They removed the recommendation for physical barriers. So we have these barriers. The district seems to have spent a lot of money on them. They are not necessary. They also added guidance on interventions when clusters occur. I just want to remind, all of us that we have heard that spread in schools is very, very low. We are so fortunate to have all this evidence that says that schools are not spreading events. And in fact, in reading kind of where the spread was coming from when there were spreads, it was among teachers and teachers in meeting rooms and lunchrooms. So I think that I'm not trying to blame teachers, but I'm just talking about where the source has been shown. It's been shown even in hospitals. When there's an outbreak at the hospital, it was nurses like at Stanford Hospital had a potluck, and that's where the spread actually originated. So I just want to kind of bring us back to where we are now. We are so lucky to have kind of gone past the really, really hard part. And I think that if we were looking at our situation today, but we were a year ago, we would have absolutely opened. This is the situation we have been waiting all year for. And I know just hearing my kids being back on campus, even for an hour or two, I mean, one to take the SAT today, they're completely changed. They know this is a good thing. They know it will be hard, and they recognize how hard their teachers are working to get to the spot where we can start, having class discussion, having kids in the classroom. And I so appreciate and understand the work it's taking for teachers, but I am so proud that we've gotten to this point and that we are moving forward, because I think that is that's what all of us need and what we've been preparing for. We thought that this would come this year, and it has. And I'm so glad that we are at a point to go back.
Thank you. President Sarver, we have Tiffany, Debelina, and Patricia. I believe Patricia spoke already, but I wanted to go back. You said Tiffany already spoke on this issue, which is actually her husband, so I can't remember his name. And Debelina, my understanding is that she's going to be speaking. Let me go to my text, because a couple of people text me saying that hers was different. She spoke on something different before on the bargaining process, not on the reopening.
Yeah, the statements that she made was that that what we've done with the MOU destroyed all trust in the district, so future bargaining would be difficult. So it was a statement about similar to much of what we've heard.
Okay. So we're not gonna, so she's already spoken.
If she has something, she spoke on this topic.
Okay. So did Tiffany speak or Tiffany not speak? Because I couldn't remember, because you said
Her husband Kevin spoke.
So Kevin already spoke as Tiffany, Debelina. So now Sarah has just spoken. Then the next person is Eva.
Wait, Tiffany did not speak.
Tiffany
her,
did.
Her husband spoke. So, right?
So is this, but we said Tiffany was the husband. Tiffany, can you tell us who you are? Are you the husband or are you Tiffany?
This is Kevin Wolf. I'm Tiffany's husband. So we're just, signed into the webinar, signed into this thing on her computer. But I don't mind being called Tiffany. I don't think my question was addressed though. I want to follow up Sarah's insightful point. Now that we have evidence to demonstrate that it's safe for kids to return to school, I feel like we need to work harder to convince families of parents of kids who are not planning to go back that it is
Yes,
safe.
we got that. Thank you, Kevin.
But it wasn't.
Thank
was
you.
It addressed?
We got that.
Right. Did you talk about it? That's what I wanted to know. Was it addressed?
Yes, we got that input already. Thank you.
Thank you. Then the last person is Eva Tang.
Played.
Eva?
Hey, am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are unmuted.
I had not been unmuted, and that's why I wasn't responding. Hi, thanks for giving us another opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you to the president, to the board of trustees. I just want to make a few things clear that, even though a majority of us did vote on the MOU, that we, one, kind of felt like our hands were tied, and two, voted with the thought in mind that, people who would have complications with childcare, with medical accommodations, and with family members who they needed to care for that are immunocompromised. We voted on this with the idea that we would have reasonable accommodation for this. And I don't have a family, and but I do have a medical accommodation, and luckily mine has gone through, but I cannot say the same for many of my colleagues. And many of them have really, really, really pressing childcare issues, and I feel for that. I also want to say that, I just wanted to make that clear. I feel like this is a bait and switch, and we wouldn't have given such overwhelming support to the MOU if we had known that everyone's accommodations were going to be blanket denied. And I think you really should be made aware of that fact and really keep that in mind, because the district has absolutely not been accommodating in that fact. This is a lot of time. I yield the rest of my time to the chair or the president. Bye.
Thank you so much. That is everyone speak tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Al, I think Edith's hand's been up. I don't know, Edith, if she's had her hand up from the beginning.
Yes. Yeah, let's hear from Edith now.
Thank you. I want to read to you some of Debalina Dutta's points because she did speak on the bargaining process and the damage done to the bargaining process, but the points that she had to make were not heard. Debalina says, we did not enter this profession to teach online, but we are doing it because we are in a pandemic. We are teachers because we love to teach and are passionate about our profession, but we did not enter it to be subservient. The data for safe reopening that has been shared by UCSF is based on elementary school podding, not high school students without stable groups. High school students' ability to transmit COVID and contract it is the same as adults without readily available vaccines, though the Pfizer vaccine has been approved for 16 and older. Many of our students are not 16 and many don't have access to it. Teachers are being used as villains for needing to take care of their families. We have children of our own who do not have full day school, who do not have aftercare, who do not have before care. And many of those are not available because their schools and districts and before and after care recognize that it is not safe at this point. We are in a pandemic. And if the goal of the district is to lower mental health issues, let's meet that goal by working with teachers. I also wanted to speak to my own personal situation. I have 3 students in my household. We found out that they will be eligible to return for partial day, 2 days a week, starting the 19th of April. One of those is a day that I teach. One of those is a day that I don't teach. It leaves at least one day that I do teach when they will be at home. And I need to, in that situation, turn to my nearly 80-year-old parents who have luckily been vaccinated in the hopes that they can manage 3 10-year-olds and keep them focused and in class and doing their recorder practice and everything else that's involved with being 10 years old. Because their father isn't available to do that, hasn't been able to be near them because of respiratory issues that keep him from being able to be vaccinated. And so if they return to school and I return to work, he will not be able to interact with his children until he can be safely vaccinated, which won't be until after the school year is over. I chose not to request childcare accommodations because I do have parents who are willing to try to help. And while it's not the greatest situation, it is at least something that I can do. Many of our members do not have that luxury, and that is why they made these applications. There was a comment earlier that I should be spending my time not letting the board know about our frustrations, but rather lobbying CTA to open all districts. And I would respond that it is not my place to talk to any other district about what is safe to do in that district. I don't know what their ventilation, spacing, or disinfection protocols or abilities are. I know what our district's abilities are, and I know when our district was ready to open. It was not until April 5th because the ventilation was not made appropriate in all locations until probably the morning of April 5th, if then, for every room. It was made very clear by another speaker exactly what we have feared, which is that, as Ms. Dutta said in her first comments, teachers and employees are not seen as part of this community, or certainly not as an equal part of this community. We have been guided by a group of parents who have spoken loudly at the board, and we have been criticized when employees have spoken with opposing views, and we have been told that our views do not represent the views of most teachers. but we are to expect and we are to believe 100% that the views of the parents who have spoken represent all parents. And the board has responded as if those loudest parents represent the whole community. We are not asking to not open schools for in-person instruction on Monday, April 5th. We are not asking to shield people from all risk. We know that's not possible. All we are asking for is what we bargained.
Thank you. That is everybody.
Thank you. Is it the interest of the board to begin their conversation, or would the board like to ask the superintendent to discuss some of the issues that have been raised by the correspondence and public comment?
I'd like to hear from the superintendent more.
I would as well.
Okay, thank you all for those comments. So that we can address primarily the large amount of comments from our staff, I would like to invite Dr. McAvoy to speak to the process that we've done and how we are moving forward.
I think, and I first would like to say it was never our intention to be abrupt or to appear that we did not care about our teachers and our staff, because it's also our classified staff that are very important to us. And when we went through the process, we shared the application process with SDTA. And when we reviewed the applications at the district level, we read each one. And we also read all of the documents that were provided. And as we went through those documents, we realized that as a team of three, that it was difficult for us to make decisions regarding flexibility, because teachers' schedules are different. And I'm just going to address teachers. The teachers' schedules are different. Their needs are different. We did look at schools that were open. We looked at some teachers that had high school students. And as we went through those, based on the information we had, we couldn't make a lot of decisions about flexibility because we just don't know. And you have to recall that for every teacher that works remotely, there is another person that needs to be in the classroom with the students. And that is either a substitute, or it's a paraprofessional, or an instructional associate. And that is a large human resources cost. And I don't mean necessarily it's financial, but it's also a human cost. And we did begin the discussion, or we've had the discussion all along with the site principals about providing them with a certain number of substitutes, with providing them with a certain number of paraprofessionals and instructional associates or instructional aides that they could hire so that they could maneuver and look at that flexibility. So the denial at the district level was based on us looking at those applications and realizing that, we did not have the information to approve them, because we couldn't make decisions about that kind of flexibility. And so we asked the sites and gave the sites flexibility. The superintendent made a decision that teachers during their asynchronous on Wednesdays, they could work remotely. They could work remotely during their prep periods and their office hours. We looked at that, an equivalent for that for counselors and other people on the campus. But again, it's really the sites that have the ability to look at that kind of flexibility. So, I apologize for anyone who feels like we did not read your application or we did not know. There are still a few that are pending. The medical ones were handled through the accommodations process and the interactives. Interactive refers to a teacher or an employee that has a documented disability and needs an accommodation. We also found that the medical documentation that we were receiving, much of it referred to the health and safety protocols of the CDPH. And if those protocols are being followed, then there was no other recommendation for an accommodation. And so we are following all of those health and safety protocols. So, we felt we have met that. The SDTA has filed 2 grievances, and it's a formal process, and we will be responding to those according to the timeline and presenting them with the documentation that we have about the process that we followed, and why we think that we did abide by the MOU. So that was the process. And I feel like, as I said, we're still working through a few. We did allow some people to resubmit their CFRA or their accommodations documentation from their healthcare provider. There were some that didn't quite understand what we were asking for, and I've worked through those with individuals. But we're going to continue to work through it. We're hoping that we have the flexibility, but the priority are the students that are returning to school. And whether or not we have the flexibility and the human resources to be able to provide an adult, whether it's a classified or certificated substitute, in every classroom for the number of requests we had for people to work remotely, there's no way that we could accommodate all of those requests. So we're trying to be flexible. We're allowing the sites the flexibility to work with teachers and our classified staff to see if there is flexibility in their schedules, and even to the extent if they need to bring a child to school, can we look at that? And is there something that we can do with that? But it is a challenge, and it does create tension between the needs that we have to provide supervision for our students that are in class, and then the needs of our teachers and our classified staff members.
Okay, I think we will probably want to follow up a little bit more on that, but I'd like to also launch into the part of the conversation that was raised in a lot of the correspondence and a couple of the comments about doing more to bring back all students, doing more to reassure those community members that have been hesitant to send their children to school about why it is safe, and that side of it. And then I would say it might be good to return to our principals a little bit to ask about some of the ways in which they have been empowered and supported and able to begin having more of those kind of personalized problem-solving conversations with more details on accommodations. So let me ask that we that first Interim Superintendent Leach, you address that first part of it, and the principals kind of prepare a little of their thoughts on that second part of it.
I mean, I think I think we already knew this before COVID, but what COVID has definitely taught us is that communication can consistently get better and is never enough. When it comes to communicating to our families, the safety measures that the district has put forth for our staff and our students, the ways that we've tried to communicate obviously started very early on. through board meetings and presentations when I actually held a different position within the district around the ventilation, which was a huge lift for our district and a huge monetary investment as well, but will hopefully also generate some possible cooler air on our warm fall days. In addition to that, we have acquired the PPE and we created a dashboard really addressing the health and safety measures that the district has been working on, for around the past, I would say around 10, 11 months, and communicating that out from superintendent's communications, also most recently at the site level. I know sites have been having parent meetings, as well as different outreaches through your PTOs and your foundations throughout the district, which I also meet with on a regular basis, pushing information out. In addition, we have loaded much of the information and then some on our website. And again, most of how we communicate these days is with technology. And so trying to branch out and offering opportunities to our families that may not use technology to receive communication has definitely been a challenge that we've been working through. In addition to that, most recently, we started the superintendent's office hours, which allows the ability to have this dialogue that's not really very practical at board meetings, which we actually have to still get through the normal business outside of COVID of the operations of the district. So, I would encourage anyone that has contacts with families that have questions regarding the health and safety of staff and students to please reach out to me. And so we can make sure that we get that information to our families. And again, it is a constant area of improvement on how we communicate with our families about what we are doing. I think also hindsight, during the negotiations process, the district office was like, and I mean negotiations process, like this whole entire process from, around 10 months ago and stuff, when we started looking at the return and negotiating the health and safety standards and pushing that information out directly and sharing it with the employees. The amount of recognition that our staff deserves around the health and safety, especially our classified staff, working round the clock for especially this ventilation lift is huge. So again, we have the information available, and I also have been working with a couple of my parent advisory committee experts that also have mechanisms to help generate community. We've done the community outreach. Our response to opt-in was around 6,300. That is the best response that we have had in the outreach to our families. It started to elevate in September when we pushed out a survey, and then when Bonnie did the LCAP survey and the outreach. So I think that we still have this huge sense of community here, and getting a hold of our families and retrieving the information and delivering information for them so that they can make decisions that are best suited for their families.
Thank you. I see that Ms. Burbank has her hand up.
Good evening, President Sarver and board members. I wanted to shed some data on the comments that it was a blanket denial. At Woodside, we had 2 that were approved by the district for childcare or for somebody in the household who had medical issues. Since then, I've approved 4 medicals from SDTA and classified, and 2 denied, like Ms. McAvoy said, denied because We've met the standards for air exchange, for distancing, for lower numbers, and for face masking. So we were able to meet those employees, doctors' requests. And we have none in the queue. So of the 6 that were district or site approved, 2 were classified and 4 were certificated.
Thank you. Do we have any additional responses from other principals on what the site process has started being in dealing with these accommodation requests, and if what kind of follow-up is going on, and what kind of communication and support and needs there are for the difficult work we are asking you to do? Okay. All right. And I see, I'm sorry, I'm looking at faces and I look over here and hands are up. So let's start with Simone.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you giving us an opportunity to talk about this and what a heavy lift it is. I can share with you the 8 presentations full of slides that we have pushed out to our staff, to our students, to our families about protocols, lunch areas that are color-coded, wristbands that are color-coded, what bathroom you're going to use, where the arrows go. And on top of that, we are really working with our staff to be as flexible as possible. I'll give you some stats about the accommodating requests similar to what Diane did. So we have so far granted accommodations to, hold on, I have a spreadsheet here in front of me, color-coded, everything's color-coded these days. 6 certificated staff members, and 2 classified staff members for medical interactives. We also, the district approved 4 staff members for care of a family member who is high risk. And then we are working with teachers who are reaching out to us about and I have they also approved another classified staff member for care of a family member at high risk. And then I've been working with teachers on childcare. Most have been really great and can work around the opportunities they've been given to work remotely, whether it's prep Wednesdays or office hours. And if not, we've tried to brainstorm together what possibly could be a solution for them. And so that's what we're doing. And then I do want to thank the district, because if we didn't get some from interim superintendent Leach gave us some funding to hire paraprofessionals that could be in-person supervisors. And some of our current paraprofessionals have stepped up to supervise, and they get the differential if they're supervising in person. So it's kind of a community coming together, and that's how we have been able to make this work to the best of our ability. So thank you for letting us have this time to let you know what we're, how much coordination this is taking. And, we're all excited. We're excited to have kids back. But it's just different. And I think everybody just has to acknowledge the lift and know that's what it is, and let us get through this semester, the next 9 weeks with the plans that we've put in place that are going to be great for kids, safe for everybody, and trying to do what's best to understand where our teachers are and what support they also need for mental health and to come back and to make this happen. So thank you.
Thank you. Ralph, you had your hand up next.
Yeah, thank you. Again, just reading what Simone said, I agree that we have put out a lot of information on the safety protocols. We have presentations to staff and students as well. So, we're happy to share those as needed, but our AVPs have done a phenomenal job in that regard, organizing all of the safety protocols, making sure that the check-in process is taken care of, the bathrooms, the one-way hallways, the arrows on the ground, which bathrooms students are going to use, which bathrooms teachers are going to use. So they've done a great job organizing all that. So that needs to be recognized as well. As far as accommodating teachers, we have been very accommodating as well. You know, that we have 6 teachers that were approved on a medical basis for teaching remotely. 1 is still pending. There were a couple that came through with the terminology that Jackie referred to as, you know, meeting the PPHD guidelines. And so we have, you know, talked to them about that and, you know, offered other things that we could do to help them in their classroom and make them feel more comfortable. And, you know, they'll be back and we'll continue to work with them to make sure that they feel comfortable. I do have to say that with all these meetings that we've had, now I'm talking about the daycare issues and the teachers that have the other category that is preventing them from coming back. Those have been really difficult meetings. You know, we sit in these meetings and, you know, the teachers are torn. And I will say that it has gotten very emotional in these meetings because they really want to be back for their students. And they realize they have nobody at home to take care of their kids. So we've been accommodating and we've been looking at schedules. We've been looking at numbers. You know, our new instructional vice principal, Garrett Buckland, has done a phenomenal job organizing all of this. And so we've made accommodations. So teachers are teaching remotely for part of the day when they don't have coverage for students. And the days that they can come in, they will be here in person. It's just not going to be full days or it's not going to be every single day. So we've done what we can to accommodate above and beyond just the prep period and office hours to make this work. And I will say with the number of requests that came in for the accommodation of working remotely, if they were all blanketly approved, we wouldn't be able to open. We wouldn't have the capacity to have students on campus and enough supervisors in the room. So it's been an emotional process. It's been a challenge to get it done logistically. We're taking it one day at a time, one request at a time. And, you know, we're still talking to a couple of teachers about some proposals that we made. They're going to come back to see if it works. And we're just trying to make it work as best we can. And it is a community effort. And there's been a lot of compromise both ways. And, you know, we've come a long way, but we still have a long way to go before we get to the end of the year. So, you know, we're in a pandemic. I want people to remember that. It's been said before. You know, we need to, you know, like Jackie's mug had said when she was off screen, be nice, right? Be kind, be kind, be kind. So I think that's the approach that we're taking, and we're trying to make this work because we know a teacher going on leave is not the ideal scenario for us. Everybody loses out when the teacher has to go on leave. So those are my thoughts. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you. Sean.
One of my favorite books is a book called The Name of the Rose. It's also a movie too. I've never seen the movie. It's a great book by a guy named Umberto Eco. He's an Italian writer. And it centers around an abbey of monks, and there's a murder mystery, and one of the murders may or may not be related to the covering up of the existence of a text, which is against some orthodoxy of the church. And my favorite quote from the book is when the young character who's kind of asking this, sort of the Watson asking the Sherlock Holmes character, "What terrifies you most?" he asks, and the older, wiser monk says, "Haste." And I think that we're in a time where patience is at a very short supply. Everybody wants everything now. So we've been working really hard to try and follow those directives and get everybody everything now. And we've had some success. One of the things I'm proudest of is that we had a 91% response rate from our families about whether they were going to opt in or opt out. And that was blood, sweat, and tears to get 91% of our families to opt in and opt out. It wasn't a matter of just sending an extra text or an all call. It was in some cases being on the phone with a family for 30 minutes. And it wasn't a matter of that family not being able to figure out the mechanism in Infinite Campus or the form or their password or their login. It was because they truly did not know what they wanted to do. They did not know. They had seen one set of arguments about how it's safe to go back to school, and they'd seen another set of arguments about how it wasn't, or how they're potentially putting their families at risk. Or they'd heard their child say, gosh, mom and dad, I want to go back to school, but they also knew that they needed that 15, 16, 17-year-old in the house to help take care of siblings or other responsibilities of the home. So these were very, very difficult conversations to have. And in some cases, it just took one of our volunteers or one of our staff member just sitting and listening and listening and listening until finally the parents made a decision. But 91% of our families gave us either a yes, opt-in, or a no, opt-out. I'm not a public health expert. So to the caller's point earlier, why haven't we done a better job to convince our families that it's safe? Is because at the time we were making these calls, there was no indoor dining allowed in San Mateo County. So it's a hard sell for me to talk about how it's 100% safe to come back, given the reality of the pandemic that we're in. There is encouraging data. There's also other data, or I would say a lack of data, especially when it comes to high schools like the ones we work at, that leaves some ambiguity. And I'm certainly not going to put my credibility and the integrity that I've established with the community that I'm lucky enough to lead by overselling a situation for what it is. That being said, my hat is off and bowed in respect for those folks that I work with on our team, our custodial team in particular, my administrative team, our classified staff, and our teachers, because that 91% response rate, I'll give you another story, was boosted by about 25% after my SDTA site reps came to me and said, Sean, we want to get this thing as high as we can. What can we do to help? And volunteered their instructional time and their class time to help their students talk to their parents and make sure that they had all the information that they needed to make a decision. So it was a true community effort to get to that point. Likewise, obviously preparing what we needed to prepare to get ready for April 5th, both in terms of the facilities and in terms of communication with our staff. We've had a really good partnership moving throughout with our employee reps, particularly our SDTA site team, problem solving, answering questions as soon as we can get them up, communicating in real time, using a shared slide deck about what the protocols, procedures are. We've been as flexible as we can. The directive that I was given with regards to the leaves was we could not override the decisions of the district. We could be flexible and that we had to be equitable. I thought those were three really good pillars. They each sound nice. Putting them together was a little bit of a challenge. And it really came down to a case-by-case basis, what we could accommodate. The conversations that I've had individually with every teacher that applied whose application was denied is predicated on, we're going to see how this looks after a week, after 2 weeks, after 3 weeks, and continue to find ways that we can be flexible, because we all acknowledge that the best thing for our students is to have their teachers that they've had all year. I've got elementary school kids, and I know that as a parent, that's the most important thing for me, is that they stay with the teachers that they've had all year. They've established a relationship, they have routines, they're learning, those teachers know them. That doesn't change when you get to high school. My final thing that I would say is I think it's really interesting because in my 12 years now with this district, I'm not sure if I remember a period where the governing board was as hands-on as they are right now. I think that's great because it really is an all hands on deck type of situation. I guess I'm a little bit confused when I see some of the confused faces on the Zoom from the members of the trustees about why we're in this situation that we're in. I'm operating just based on the hours that the closed session meetings have gone on, and the kinds of conversations that have been meeting after meeting that I've been in attendance watching, that everyone's on the same page as to what's going on and what the directives have been from the top and throughout the district. So anyway, appreciate the time. I'm glad that you've given us a chance to share a little about what's going on. And we're like I said, we're really excited about April 5th. We had our freshman orientation today. Our activities coordinator, Corey, did an awesome job of creating a little scavenger hunt, building some community, helping kids get a sense of the magic of being on campus at Sequoia. We're excited for more students to come on. So thanks for listening.
John, can I ask a question? You said you're a little baffled by the trustees. I didn't understand that statement.
Yeah, I just the comments that have come in about the process and the directives around the request for leave, it seemed like there was everybody sort of looked to Crystal or to Jackie, like, can you explain what happened here? But my understanding is that everybody's been kind of operating with the same information. So maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know.
I mean, for me, I raised that as an opportunity to begin the response to some of the public comment that was brought in. Both from the perspective of what we've heard from the community group pushing for reopening to be stronger, and from our staff members claiming that that there was blanket disregard and breaking of the MOU. I wanted to have the opportunity to begin putting the process that the district is taking and putting to those issues out into the conversation. From my part, I'm not confused and baffled. But Ms. Horton, you had something to contribute.
I did. Thank you. It's not a response to any of the comments. It's a comment towards the COVID update. And my comment on the COVID update was there had been some classified staff that have raised that they were concerned about the ventilation in their offices. I know that there has been a lot of work done and the classrooms have been made a priority. I just want to know where we're at with some of the classified offices that also hold certificated non-teaching staff. That was one. And then, let's see, what was my other one? And then the transition plan that AFSCME negotiated and gave to HR. I'm just wondering, I'm not sure I've seen it at the sites. I'm not sure if the sites are using that to help with any accommodations or requests that are being made for classified. I know that they have been flexible in these last 2 days. So that was great. And then some classified have reached out and have communicated that the sites are putting more on their plate per se. So again, flexibility with those staff that are able to be there to cover for others that won't be there. I'm just saying that the president did approve the rescue plan to give more money to districts. We're just asking that support be provided with the new money that is coming in. Hopefully that will relieve some of the pressure that is being added to some of those plates. Those were my comments for the COVID update.
It seems to me that these are probably some detailed topics that would be best addressed offline from this discussion. But Ms. McAvoy, Ms. Leach, I'll let you kind of change that perception if you think that's wrong.
No, I mean, detail about specific offices, but in general, so ventilation requirements are where you're going to have, I probably should not use this word because it's anti in all of the plans, gathering or multiple people. So any staff member or individual that is in their own office area, the air exchange and ventilation to meet the CDC and the ASHRAE guidelines is not needed. If you have a window in your office and you are able to maintain 6 feet distance for adults, 6 feet distance from the person that is talking to you with masks on for less than 15 minutes, you can hold a conversation. Our focus and priority is in areas that will hold more than 1 to 2 individuals. And so again, the reason we brought in the engineer, we used a science-based model to figure out our ventilation. But Grace, I would encourage anyone that has specific questions about their specific office, we can definitely arrange a conversation to talk about ventilation with that employee, certificated and also classified.
Okay, thank you. And yes, the offices I was referring to would be holding multiple people, not single people. Thanks, Crystal.
So I can confirm that the transition plan, I think you're referring to the checklist, Grace, is that what yes, that did get sent out to the sites as a document to be used as classified or coming back. And it was very similar to the teachers, your workspace, your equipment, any questions you may have about ventilation, all of those things were in there because we have some classified staff members who, like our teachers, have been gone and been working remotely since last March. And so they're transitioning back with the teachers as well. And then of course we have the classified staff that have been on site all along. So like M&O who've done in technology, and a number of our employees have done an amazing job at keeping our schools running.
All right, I see some trustee hands going up. I'd like to summarize what I think I just heard before I call on trustee Thompson to get going. But to me, overall, what I'm hearing about the staff accommodation process was that at the district office, each and every one of them was looked over to see which ones of them fully met all of the criteria to be able to give that full accommodation of working from home rather than coming into the campus. And for those that were not, what has been interpreted and seen as a summary denial, and maybe the terminology or the friendliness of the message could have been better, has been basically referred to the individual site where the personal interaction and engagement of the individual needs of that staff member could really be explored creatively with the perspective of how do we get it right to be able to return you to campus as much as possible. And I'm hearing that a lot of progress has been made in exploring that there are various kinds of creative accommodations that are emerging, but that the continuous drive is to be able to maximize the amount of staff that can return to campus, as we're trying to drive to maximize the number of students that can return to campus, and to do all of that in the way that is safest as possible and personalized to the individual needs and creative as possible as we can get. And I have heard a lot of effort being expended there, and I hope we continue to see a very creative, collaborative effort to continue driving in that direction. So unless I wildly misinterpreted some of what I heard, I hope that is the case. Unless I need a correction there, I'd like Chris to throw some questions out there.
I'm not going to make a correction there. I want to state that I am regularly inspired by the teachers and principals of our district. And today it was Umberto Eco. And I'm hoping I'm going to see a smile on Sean's face. Eco actually wrote a book called The Island of the Day Before, right? Which is about the aftermath of a big storm, right? And what the ship captain does after he loses his crew. And so it actually might be, I haven't read this book in 20 years, so it may be dangerous pointing to it. But the other just total weird aside is, I think many of us doing Zoom all the time look at the backgrounds people have. And a frequent prop for most people, for lots of people I see, are bookshelves in the back, which is great. The thing that bugs me is when those bookshelves, they turn their books sideways so that you can read what they're reading, or they're advertising for us. And I thought I would advertise this Echo book, and at the same time thank teachers and principals for the work they're doing. I think I have 3 comments I want to add to the discussion. First is kudos to Bonnie and the team for the summer school schedule. Great, it's exactly what we need. What a lineup of things. I'm glad it sounds like we're investing a lot of extra money, and we're going to rely upon teacher effort and things like that for something that's sorely needed. I'm aware of districts that are softening their graduation requirements in acknowledgement of the gaps that have happened this past year. If this district is able to instead supplement that through a stronger summer program, that's something I think you all deserve to claim in an inspiring way. Second, I guess we need to acknowledge the real hurt feelings and difficulties that our teachers are facing. I know we all know that, in the same way that we've acknowledged from parents the difficult things we're all going through. I had a tiny question for Jackie in that you mentioned a couple of grievance cases. How long does it take to get through a grievance process typically? I mean, does that?
It's pretty quick from the date that it's filed, and Edith can correct me, it's 7 working days for us to respond, and then it's another 7 days for them. So there's a timeline, a very strict timeline. And along the way, we do try to resolve them. And we have such a strong working relationship with SDTA that I will tell you that grievances have been rare over my time here. But these are extraordinary times, and it saddens me greatly to think that that there's this lack of trust now, because I think we need to work through that. So it goes pretty quickly. We will get the grievances. There's another level. I respond, we're at level 1, and then there's another level to grievances as well. So, but they go pretty quickly.
That's reassuring to hear. Even we don't like the grievances. No one does, but what's more frustrating is that if those things don't resolve issues more quickly. So that's good to hear. And the final thing I wanted to do was go back to the principals and recognize, using Simone's language, the big lift you all are doing. Look, it's an impossible job for all of us, but more of it's landing on your shoulders, and somehow you're smiling most of the time, I guess. I appreciate one of you mentioned the flexibility in the days ahead. Seems like we're all going to have to be flexible and show the benefit of a doubt in working with one another. Certainly the trustees are not getting this perfectly. Well, one trustee anyway. And so hopefully we will work with each other in good spirits. Thank you, principals in particular, for the heavy lifting you're doing. I'm cutting myself off unless if you want to borrow Echo, and there are a few other, his books, by the way, are big enough that I can use them to lift my computer up to the level it should be.
You're on mute, Ellen.
Thank you. That must be why I was making so much sense. I see that Amica Guillaume has raised her hand. I'd like to include another principal perspective before we move on to next trustee.
I want to, well, good evening, trustees. Good evening, superintendent and board and cabinet. I want to make sure we learn from this, and I just want to shed some light on really what's going on from my perspective, because I have the luxury of having a small school. Yes, it was 30% of my staff who needed some sort of accommodations, which is frightening when you see how am I supposed to, handle that. But still, it felt doable. It felt like I could reach out and make them feel that it's going to be okay. Whatever you hear from the district, don't worry. We're going to talk about it. We're going to get through it. And I know that part of our LCAP discussion earlier this week was adding an administrator at the big schools. I just can't emphasize enough how critical in a time like now, that personal relationship and that reaching out and softening something that, look, Crystal's doing like 5 jobs. Not that we're not all doing 5 jobs, but we are operating without a superintendent. And we have been operating without a superintendent for a very long time. And you could say that to districts all around this country, and they would look at you cross-eyed like that is the most asinine thing I've ever heard in my life. So I do want to recognize that the dynamic trio of Jackie, Crystal, and Bonnie working overtime, trying to make sense of all of this. And I'm so grateful that I know they're trying to do the best that they can in a ridiculous circumstance, and just remind everyone that when it's hard like this, we have to lean heavily on the relationships. And we have to know that we're going to reach out and we're going to soften whatever blow, because it's just a matter of math, numbers, stress. And I just hope that we recognize that we need to invest in the ability of our administrators to have those personal, strong relationships. And if we're all working at the ends of our ropes and we're trying to expedite things, because that's truly what's happening here, is we knew we had this Wednesday, then spring break, and the kids come back. And so we have to give grace at the same time. And I just hope that we can remember this lesson, because everyone is really working really, really hard, and it hurts to think that there are teachers out there to whom we've added an extra stress. And that really, our kids need our teachers 110%. And I just want to thank everyone for really doing their very best, because I know this is exceptional, and we cannot forget that we're operating without a superintendent. That is crazy, and yet we persevere. So thank you to everyone, and just, if we can just remember this lesson.
Thank you. Carrie.
So I've been talking to one of my colleagues about our habit of kind of going down the line, and really we should be talking more to each other. So I'm going to throw out a couple of questions to my colleagues, and I don't know if it will work, but to try to talk to each other a little bit, not going on long, because we've already had a long conversation. But there's 2 things weighing on my heart and mind right now. The first thing is our divided community. It has been really hard for me to read the letters that have been coming in, from parents and from teachers and from parents and from teachers. And I feel like our community is divided. So this is a question to my colleagues. Is anybody else really concerned about this? And do we need to do anything? And I should have started by saying I appreciate hearing from the principals. I really appreciated hearing from you about all the accommodating you are doing. And my second concern, so there's 2 things. So it's our divided community. I feel that there's healing that needs to take place within our community. And my second concern is all the letters I received today. It seems like there's an awful lot of teachers who believed that all of the accommodation requests were denied. And there's a lot of letters today. So I'm concerned about that, about the communication. So am I the only trustee that has the concern about these 2 things? And what does that mean? So I'm scratching my head a little bit.
So for me, I'm glad you asked that question. I think several weeks, I'm sorry, you guys, my head is scattered. So maybe it was a month ago, I guess. I said that we have two different communities who want to be at school and those who cannot be at school or have chosen not to be at school. And that goes for our whole community. And when I say that, our school family, it is the adults in it, wherever you lie in that. And I think it's our parents and I think it's our kids. And we are trying to serve really two different communities. And I don't say that with regret. I just say it that it's reality, right? It's just reality. We're reflective of this is an unusual time. That hurts me. And I know it's inevitable because of where we are in our climate, and how people manage change within themselves, the internal change, right? But then how we manage change as a collective group and those around us. And it's indicative of kind of how we've been held as an environment around change. And maybe I'm thinking from a social work perspective, but I think a lot of this is practical and emotional. I think it's both. It's an and. And so when you are emotional and you're dealing with change, which is why I've talked a lot about mental health and coping skills and wellness, because if those things aren't taken care of, it's hard to imagine how to change and to go back to being normal. And we know that there is a transition period, and that's what we're in. We're just putting our toe in the water, right? We're actually not even like immersed in it yet, right? We're just putting a toe in there. So there is part of me that I think this needs to be normalized, that we are in this place of being all in a crisis together. And sometimes I just feel like we just need a one big cry and a big old hug because we've been through so much as a community. And I know that sounds like hokey, but like, I just really just need to cry and hug people and just say, dag, we went through a whole lot, y'all, and name it. And just really, I need to name it, that my kids have been through a lot. I, in conjunction with my kids, have been through a lot. And the families I'm going with, I'm paralleling with them. And I'm talking to my mom in Ohio. So we have all been, this is not typical from all sides that we are addressing this. So it's not unusual that we're dealing with a divided community. So I want to normalize that. The other piece is, I forgot the second piece you asked about, but I do think there is some level of healing that needs to happen, not just mending relationships. So I'm just going to point Simone out because she's my principal. It's not just me and Simone, like, trying to mend our relationship. We have to want to mend it together. Right? We need to look at each other and say, girl, we went through a lot. I forgive you, but let's process what happened and let's figure out what not to do again. Similar to what Amika said, right? But we have to want to heal together and not see each other as enemies. Because the more you are divided, the more you're conquered, versus saying, all right, your mom got hurt. Okay, what can I do? I'll hold your arm up and we'll get through this together. And then when I'm down, you pick me up. And so it has to be this give and take and flexibility when you're dealing with a significant crisis like this. And everybody deals with feelings differently. And so that's where the trust issues are coming from. That's where, I love how Sean said, like, why are you guys looking at me all baffled? Didn't we all know that this was happening? But maybe we all just heard it differently, right? Because I got other noise in my head and in my body. And so I'm not hearing exactly what you're saying, right? It's like going to the doctor and I bring my husband so he can hear it because I'm the one talking about what you're talking about. And he's the one taking notes, right? That is kind of like what crisis is. We all have a role in it, because no one is hearing exactly everything. Because what? We're in a crisis. So you need different listeners. And so I don't think our district is trying to do things to people. We are trying to do it with them. But for some reason, this relationship piece got bruised. And so we do need to love on people. I think Crystal needs to be loved on. Hell, she got 3 jobs. But I also think the mom who is sitting at home with a child who is struggling with mental health, and they say, please get them in there. They need love, but also some of our teachers. And so my approach has been, let me hear what's happening so that I can make sense and normalize some of the things and partialize out what we need to work on. I do think we've done a great job with community, better than we were. But this also tells me we need different types of communication styles and support for our staff, for our site people, and for our teachers, and for our students. I don't know where I'm going with this, but that's my response.
Anybody else have a thought to throw into that conversation? I think Shanice gave a great response. Yes, there's great concern at a divided community at the anger and frustration that's there. There's nobody at any level, not only of our entire organization and community, but at any level of this country or the planet, that is sitting in the middle of all of this and saying, oh, this is what I signed up for. This is what I was expecting to do. This is what I prepared my professional life to do, is handle this pandemic. Society a year ago was shut down with a light switch. We pivoted overnight to say, we're out of the campuses, we're going online, and we're going to figure out a completely new way of doing things. And ever since then, we've been talking about a dimmer switch and opening back up slowly and gently. But what we've found is that dimmer switch has not gotten very far off the ground. We've done lots and lots and lots of preparation and bits of piecemeal stuff, but the majority of the educational experience is a much higher caliber of the distance learning that we transitioned to with that light switch. And now we've come to a point in the handling of the pandemic that we're able to make a first level light switch pivot back. And this is a huge lift. We've been working on it for a whole year and making progress toward it every step of the way. But it's also a very scary and difficult leap. And we're bringing this organization back online as one huge effort, simultaneously and intertwined and interdependent with innumerable other organizations trying to come back online. The ability of our staff to focus themselves on the campuses and in the classrooms is interdependent on other school districts that their families attend coming back online. And there are bunches of them, and they're all kind of looking at each other and saying, well, the other guys haven't set the groundwork for us to be able to succeed. And what we're trying to do here, and what we've got to keep trying to do, is succeed to the absolute maximum level we can, and be creative at every step of the way, and be considerate and caring and accommodating, and working at all of that healing. And it just keeps wearing on us. I very much hope that many of you on this call who have been working so hard can get some rest and recovery time out of the week of vacation that's ahead of us, which is 9 more work days before back in school day. Because obviously we need to continue making progress, but we need to continue recovering our own resources. Our community, the necessity of the pandemic, is asking ungodly amounts of all of you. And we are just continuing to be stunned and amazed at what you are able to muster up and deliver and keep going. And all we can do is keep saying thank you and expressing our admiration and giving the encouragement and every support we can to continue moving the ball along. All right, I see other hands up. Tina Smith.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to kind of go back to Carrie's question about community. I definitely feel what you're saying, Carrie. I've definitely thought and have had many conversations with colleagues about how upsetting it is that it feels like we have sides pitted against each other. And it's brought to my mind many times that when we kind of hit this really big recession in like the 2010s and 11s, our president of the United States at the time said, we need to go out and do community service. We need to rebuild our community. And what I think about education is that we have to have a community. It's a community where parents have to understand the importance of education and buy-in. It's a community where our teachers are the heart of that entire thing. Without them, we don't run. And it's a community where our students absolutely have to buy in and feel like they have a meaningful place where they have a voice and a place where they can express themselves and learn and grow safely. And so what I would like to say then is it's not about community service right now, it's about community building. And one of the best examples I have so far is, and I know somebody else talked about this as well, I think it was Sean, we did our freshman meet and greet this morning. It was the first time the freshmen had been on our campus. And the important thing was, it was an idea that came up and a bunch of parents said, I wanna help, I wanna help, I wanna help, which then led to a bunch of students, my sophomore students, because I only have freshmen and sophomores, that said, I wanna lead, I wanna lead, I wanna lead. We created all these fun games that was socially distanced. It was 2 hours of sheer bliss. There was not one person who walked out of those 2 hours without a smile on their face. I had teachers who were there that set up photo booths so that people could take pictures. I had teachers who couldn't come in because of health problems, and they set up like the groups and the things that they could to participate. And so then I would say that we want to start to heal this community. We want to build this community. We have more events like this where people can contribute the best that they can. Not, I think you should do, it's how can I help you do, right? It's a very different message there in whichever way they can.
Thank you. Rich.
Thanks, Alan. So first, Carrie, you asked a question. I'll say, yes, I share that concern. I think the emails coming from two different groups, both very upset, both wanting very different things is worrisome. And, I don't have any perfect solutions to it. I just looked at everybody and I like the idea of community building as a way to try to get through this difficult time. Principal Priest, I appreciated when you talked about the details, and as a board member, I hadn't heard all those details about all that was involved on the sites and the level of collaboration that was going on. Just hearing some of the stories and some data on that was helpful, because what was coming in from the letters sounded very extreme, and it was nice to hear that some amount of accommodation is impossible. I wish the schools could accommodate every single person request and still restart for live instruction. That sounds like that's not possible. And so we're in this conundrum, and appreciate that there's a lot of hard work that's going on to try to do the best that can be done in that. I do have one ask, and this would be after the restart. I know spring break's coming up, so after all that, but there is this new guidance about 3 feet between chairs instead of 6 feet between students. And I think in 3 weeks, we'll have our next COVID update. And I'd be interested to know what that means for our district, if it is in fact put in place by San Mateo County before then, what does that mean for us in terms of what we can, the number of students that can be accommodated on campus, because it's a pretty significant change. I know it's new and I'm not expecting the answers tonight, but I just have that ask for our next update to get some information about that. And thank you everybody for all the hard work, and I look forward to hopefully a good restart on April 5th.
Okay, Shanice, you had your hand up.
Yeah, it was a little bit in response to Carrie. I already did that, but I've been sitting here thinking, like, what could I say as a people pleaser that I am, the caring person, the helping profession in me, just want to make things better. But I spoke to a teacher today, and I want to thank Chris for talking to me. And I've had a hard week, y'all. I mean, I could sit here and cry. I'm not going to tell y'all my business and be recorded forever. But I've had a hard week. And it hasn't been this hard in a long time. And so, and it doesn't have anything to do with the school district, but I got to talk to Chris, right? And Chris emailed me some really profound things. And hopefully I'm not putting you out there too much, Chris. And I was like, I got a lot of stuff going on. You just need to explain it, because I'm not going to read this whole email. I can't even understand. I don't have enough space, right? And he kindly shared his perspective. And he said something that stood out to me, that he said, we are intelligent, bright staff, and we can work through this, right? And I was like, I perked up, I got out of my stuff. I'm like, you're right, we're bright. Wow, we got brains, we can figure this out. We got creativity, we can figure out the how, right? Like with the parameters. And I just really want us to be promoted that we are in this together and that we can figure this out, right? We can, I truly believe it. And I know we made missteps, and I want to be humble enough to say, we apologize. Like if it didn't come off the way, I love how Jackie said, if that is what you heard, that wasn't my intent. Like, we're human too, and we carry this stuff with you, right? And so my only ask to get out of this is to really say, how can we do this? I've been at a lot of places who said, we can't. And when we switch and say, how can we do this? That's when the creativity comes, even if it is, you want to stand in solidarity with someone. Solidarity then means, what are you willing to give up to help your colleague? Oh, love that, Sean. And so what is it that you can do? Can you give up a prep time? Can you support them? What can you do? When things happen at my job, they say, hey, all hands on deck. What can you do? I can come work for 2 hours in the classroom. I can do 1 hour. Like, what part can you do? What are you able to do to support those who are really struggling? I had someone cry on me because I know how it is to have little stair steppers at home, that childcare and not being from the Bay Area. But if someone would have said, I can help you, then I would be willing to sacrifice some other things to say, oh, someone help me. That lets the pressure out of the brain so that we can actually do our best thinking. Because if I could breathe, if I can just feel a little like hole in the balloon and some air go out, I actually can get more creative. And I just wanted to publicly thank Chris, because I'm like, what happened? Right? Not that I don't trust anyone. I'm just like, why? Right? And he just did just a little bit of positivity, and I set my stuff aside and I'm like, how can we do this? Okay, this is the reality. How do we work this out? What else can you do? Do you think you can go back to your site administrator, give them those ideas? Because standing in solidarity isn't enough. We also have to be able to give to each other as a community of teachers and staff and individuals. And I just want to, the teachers that I reached out to where I wanted to learn more, and they shared their tears, shared their excitement, shared their privilege of understanding what privilege they have in order not to have the same challenges as other people with humility. I want to say thank you because it showed a level of care and love, and administrators who took me up and said, hey, help me to understand. Because I'm on the outside looking in, right, in a lot of ways. And so I'm a little bit more removed and have a little bit more space in my heart and my mind because I'm not in it as deeply as some other people. And so I just want to say we can do this. And so I just wanted to come back to that, and I wouldn't have feel settled in my heart if I didn't. Thank you.
Okay, I want to throw in a little, hopefully, closing kind of a thing. So first of all, as trying to moderate this conversation, the 10-minute estimate was blown out of the water, another epic fail. I would like to kind of look forward to our next COVID update, which is going to be on Wednesday, April 14th, which will be a week and a half into the new era of return to classroom. And I certainly hope that the overwhelming majority of that conversation is going to be about the excitement and the successes we're seeing as we come back together, as we see how well all of our planning and preparation and hard work has paid off, and how well things are beginning to go on the sites, of the new challenges that arose, of the ways that the complexity of the situation and the complexity of our large and diverse community have surprised us beyond all of the great planning, and how we have gotten better day by day at really making these things work. And I expect that the second week that we're back in the classroom is going to be unimaginably different from the first week and the first days that we're back in the classroom, because this is an incredibly bright group of people. We have phenomenal leadership. We have phenomenal staff members at every level of the organization. We have brilliant professionals who collaborate with each other and problem solve, and are just so creative in leveraging what we've got. We have got phenomenally motivated and capable students. We've got a phenomenally motivated and capable parent community surrounding us. And every member of that vast team is going to be excited to be reaping those benefits of life together in the classroom once again, and making it better at every step of the way. And I am really looking forward to the reports that we're going to be trying to, squeeze out of you every single day during that period. But that maybe a little bit of a summary evaluation after a week and a half, and how those lessons that we are learning during that period of time helps us look forward to that second cycle starting on the 19th, after we've had the first 2 weeks of shakedown, and how we can continue ramping up. And I think that everybody that participates is going to be more excited about the next day. And everybody who, for whatever reason, has had to be hesitant about participating is going to gain more confidence about how excited they would be to participate at the next opportunity. And I think we may find that there is likely to be a lot of interest out in the community again for some of our students to have a second bite at the apple and say, I'd like to opt in now that I see how well it's working for others. I hope we can do some thinking about whether we can open up an opportunity for that as we get into that second half of April. So all of that, to me, I'm looking forward to that. I am with infinite excitement looking forward to the rubber hitting the road on April 5th and our students being back in the classroom, our staff being back on the campuses, and this huge investment of great work really beginning to have that pay off for everybody. So for me, just thanks so much. And these are the good times, as tricky as they are. We're about to see the world get dramatically better because of this great work we're doing. Okay, if that's blasted all the other comments out of everybody else for now, I would like to recommend that we take a break before we go into discussion of the LCAP, which is going to be no small discussion in its own right, so that we can hit it fresh. It's what, 4 minutes to 9. How about if we come back at 5 past? Would that work for everybody? Okay, we'll see everybody back here 5 past 9.
I might just bail.
Okay. All right, I think as soon as Shanice is able to rejoin the picture, we should be ready to go again. Okay, why don't we maybe get started on this and have, oh, here comes Shanice, good. All right.
Sorry, my screen was off.
Yeah, okay. All right, so we're ready to go to item 14.2, the discussion of LCAP proposed goals and action plan. And Ms. Hansen is gonna lead us through that.
My pleasure. I'm very sorry to see that we have shrunk by over 100 guests over our break, because before the break was about the hard stuff and this is about the good stuff. So this is where we get to look forward to coming out of this time and what we want to do in the time to come. It is authored by myself and 4 other major authors. That would be Vicky and Jarrett and Jackie and Diana. And then there are also some sub-authors such as Alvaro and Janelle, who make sure that we are addressing the needs of foster youth, homeless, and EL. Those are the students who are called unduplicated in the LCAP. And because they're the groups that most often don't realize their potential, The LCAP asks that we speak specifically to how Above and Beyond will be addressing their needs to give them equitable opportunity for achievement. And then Ilya von Laar is also here. She gives us input on the SPED components, as well as Dina and Crystal, who make sure that we don't bankrupt the district in our zeal to put forth new actions. So it's a dream team. And I miss Vicky, she's a major author too. They are all here this evening to answer questions that you may have about the goals that they wrote or help to support in the writing. For a commonality in voice, I am going to go through the presentation with you. And may I just say that since it was attached to board docs last Friday to go out with the agenda, it has been visited by 3 more groups. AFSCME, the Equity Diversity Council, and the SDTA have all now had an opportunity to give input and gave really helpful input to us. So you got a new draft of it sent to you today. And next time you see it, there will be further changes because it will be vetted with other people. And it is my hope this evening that you will give us your thoughts about where we are headed with our action items. So without further ado, I am going to dive into the plan itself. I'm going to share my screen. Here we go. Can everyone see that all right?
I can.
Okay, thank you, Shawnice. Awesome. We're gonna go for it.
That's all.
That's great. Thank you. All righty. So welcome to the draft LCAP Goals and Actions Board proposal. I hope that the board is happy with these goals because you wrote them. And so I won't spend a lot of time on them, but I will repeat what they are before we go into the actions for each one. So the first goal is that the district will strengthen quality instruction by improving engagement, rigor, and preparation for college, career, adult, and civic responsibilities for all students. This is authored by Vicky Dye with a lot of good input from a lot of folks. And she's divided it up into 3 main areas. So the first area is that we are continuing to select, create, and support the implementation of the Common Core, California History Social Science Framework, ELD standards, and the NGSS, Next Generation Science Standards, that were all a part of the overhaul that the state went through about 6 years ago, where we went from a system of covering a whole lot of information at a more surface level into a more of an overlapping of goals in each subject area or expectations for each subject area. And the hope was that we would take more fundamental skills that crossed over and were contributed to life success personally and professionally, and that we would spend more time helping kids to go deeper with material. And she's listed here some of the main endeavors going on, and a shout out to Kat Burton, who did point out to us that we do not have visual performing arts represented here. And it is most certainly near and dear to our hearts. It's not an area where we've got some specific measures going on right now in relation to these standards. But yes, they and PE are important to a well-rounded human being. So we're continuing to expand the math initiative. It's continuing in Algebra 1 and geometry, and we're getting ready to pilot it at the Algebra 2 level. One of these days, when there's enough time, we have got some exciting data to share with you about the results thus far of students who have participated in that math initiative. They have scored very well at the sophomore level after being in the program for a year as freshmen. In English, we're continuing to work on building the site capacity for end of unit analyzation of data, and we're expanding the number of text flexible units that sites have to choose from for that work. One, because people change their minds about what novels they want to teach, or someone new comes to that level. But more importantly, two, because our charge is to not drown in novels, which is my personal favorite way to go. And by the way, my husband's favorite book is The Name of the Rose. It was required reading at Woodside Priory, which will surprise no one. So, inappropriate side note, Sean Connery, who starred in the movie, looked like the headmaster of students at Woodside Priory at the time. So it was the favorite book of all the moms as well. So the final thing that we're going to be doing that I'm really excited about is that several of us took a reading course over the past few weeks. And that came from a suggestion from Vicki Dye and Natalie Stewart. And we had wonderful discussion around what are the best practices and the latest findings in reading, and talking about how can we train staff on that, and what are some of those components that we want to, many of them we were doing and that was exciting, but then what are others that we want to dive in on more deeply, and how can we do that across curriculum, since literacy is everybody's task. In science, we are still waiting, along with the rest of the country, for quality NGSS aligned textbooks. The county isn't recommending any yet. We're not recommending yet. But because of that, we are doing a lot of supplementing of NGSS aligned curriculum. Social studies, as you are very well aware, has adopted an ethnic studies curriculum that is now being written by a really wonderful team for next year. And then we're going to be revamping the 10th grade world studies curriculum that will follow. In ELD, you approved this evening their textbook adoptions, and they've got a scope and sequence and final assessments going along with that. And we're adopting and implementing an EL master plan. In the area of ICA, a heartfelt thanks to Diana Wilmot for coming on board and all of her expertise in that area. We're administering and analyzing our interim comprehensive assessments in literacy and math, and they're providing us with some great data, like the data I just talked about above with the Algebra 1 initiative. We're using that. We are so grateful that we've had this going for a few years, especially now when there's no standardized assessment at the state level last year, and doing it well this year is pretty darn loose. So, and then of course the subject area councils continue to weigh in on how we're doing and what we need to consider and what we haven't thought of and how to best roll out with their expertise in individual subject areas. The second subcategory that you'll see under this goal is to continue to increase the presence of cognitive rigor and quality interactions in classroom instruction. And those of you who've been on the board for a while will remember this work from our instructional rounds, where we're really looking at, it's not how much homework are we giving kids, it's not how many pages of reading is there to do, it's not how complicated the math formula, but it's much more about the depth, the rigor of what is going on and what we are asking kids to do. Are we asking kids to think on deeper levels of understanding and helping them to develop those skills that are so aligned with Common Core? And also because we know that language is acquired through quality interactions, also focusing on that work. So to that end, we're continuing to fund our instructional coaches, our literacy and ELD coordinators, and we'd like to continue to fund the coordinator of technology and innovation. I do want to say that on some of these items, I'm going to point out where there's disagreement on the action. And while there's certainly no disagreement whatsoever on the quality of the coordinator of technology and innovation, it has been pointed out that initially it was talked about that that would be a temporary position while we were still doing a lot of distance learning. And then continuing to offer PD, but we'd like to keep the position and trim in other ways. Continuing to offer all of the PD that we offer, continue to provide coaching, especially around rigor and quality student interactions, bring back the instructional rounds with admin in the district. It's happened this year well with teaching staffs, and admin at sites have done it themselves. Offer the digital educator and blended learning academies. Continue to provide professional development on differentiation, including universal design for learning training and integrated ELD. Increase the frequency of professional development related to trauma-informed practices, growth mindset, cultural competency, and other factors that influence student engagement. expand the equitable grading practices cohorts, provide a third AVP at large sites in order for admin site teams to increase capacity for instructional leadership. That one, while in the community feedback, there was a lot of suggestions that are tasks usually performed by site administrators. That one wasn't as popular with everyone who were concerned that some folks were concerned administrator ranks were growing and that those items should be tackled in other ways, those needs. And then provide more opportunities for students seeking alternative programs focused on vocational tech careers by bringing more PD into the classroom about post-secondary opportunities and our CTE pathways. Last but not least, for goal 1, expand training and implementation of integrated ELD strategies, continue to fund concrete meaning instructional coach, expand CM instruction participation in additional departments, offer CM institutes for staff new to the district, offer support for teachers to implement integrated ELD strategies in the classroom, expand leadership capacity by increasing the number of secondary CM certified lead teachers and apprentices. This, of course, gets its own goal because the ELD students are EL students in general, and CM is EL, our greatest large group area of need for growth in academic achievement.
What is CM?
Concrete meaning.
Oh, okay.
It's part of the EL training that we've been doing across the district.
Constructing meaning.
Constructing meaning. Oh, Vicky's looking at me like
I got trained.
Oh, Vicky, I'm so sorry. Constructing meaning. Thank you, Edith. That's embarrassing. I can tell you all kinds of things about the program, but clearly I got the name wrong tonight. It's because of the bricks and mortar talk. Okay, Vicky, give me a break. Goal 2. The district recognizes that equity is behavior, and we believe in—
Maybe ask the questions about goal 1 before we go to goal 2. Is that possible? You want to have all the questions at the end about everything?
I'd rather have all the questions at the end about everything personally.
Okay.
But I leave it up to board members, just because I'm not going to be the only one answering it. But it's to the— I'm not a board member. I want to hear it, do it how you might want it.
I think that makes sense. To go through the presentation and come back for all the questions.
Unless he has a burning question. If it's a quick question, we all don't have to speak. But if there's a burning question, he
It
should
is
go
quick.
ahead.
I'm just wondering how you can decide the things that are undecided and who decides and when. But you can wait till the end. That was my question. There's a couple things you said. There's certain people who want this, other people who want that. It's up for dispute. It's on this slide. Like at some point, it's going to either get in the budget or not.
So
I'm curious how that happens.
So thank you, Rich, for that softball. I'm hoping you're going to give us some clarity this evening on your thoughts as board members. And then we'll also be looking at the budget and what we can afford. Goal 2, the district recognizes that equity—
Bonnie, can you advance the slide?
Okay, it's happened again. My screen has frozen, but I sent this to several people earlier today. Rich, Crystal, and Laura, could one of you please start sharing your screen with slide 6? I will stop sharing mine. Thank you. Can everyone see that? Is it back for you guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. The district recognizes that equity is behavior, and we believe in meeting the needs of individual students. We commit to identify and design systems to allow all students to succeed by overcoming institutional and instructional practices that perpetuate inequalities in student outcomes. So under actions for that particular item, next slide, please. Sorry, give me just a second. All right. We're doing math placement based on 8th grade course completion. This was a recommendation that came to us both from our Stanford colleagues in our Sequoia Stanford initiative and from our external consultants who've been working with on the math initiative. We're continuing to refine UC A through G for all freshmen. This year we had biology or physics available to freshmen at all sites. Speaking of Stanford, working on the English learner and SED student trajectories, what course taking patterns do we see? And are those students ending up in so many support classes or retaking so many classes that it leaves them out of other special programs and being able to participate in things like AVID or middle college? What can we do to help? What other programs can we have in place? My Brother's Keeper is one example. You guys have approved the ethnic studies program and so now we've got to make it happen. Pursuing data and transparency around equity gaps and coming back to you with regular updates on that annually. Analyzing the math initiative to make sure that it's doing what we want it to do in completion of UC A through G requirements. Continuing to design the Newcomer Welcome Center, which was scheduled to open right before COVID hit. So we'll be coming, we hope, soon. And then the thought came about, what if we added into that Newcomer Welcome Center, which will be at the district office, and give sites a more complete picture of a student when they arrive on campus and what their background is, what their needs might be, connecting them with the right people before they ever even step foot on that campus. Why wouldn't we be doing that for foster youth and homeless was the question. So we're exploring a partnership with student services. And then continuing the Equity and Diversity Council at the district and site levels to focus on student needs, as well as increasing personnel whose job responsibilities focus on equity and supporting the needs of EL and BIPOC students. And some thoughts on that have been a satellite role on each campus to go along with the equity coordinator. Other thoughts on that were that it could be an IVP or an AVP. So lots of ideas there. There was also input from AFSCME that they would like to see us offer more staffing at the classified level for supporting students at schools who fall into the EL category. And then hiring a diversity equity director and considering the roles and responsibilities of the bilingual resource teacher in support of the EL student progress. And there's a feeling that because the BRT is not full-time on many sites, that they feel that they're torn between tasks. And even where they are full-time, because there are so many students that they're doing so much analyzing of data and placement of students that they're not able to do as much of the helping teachers to offering academic support in classes. Reviewing, tracking, and implementing of appropriate modified graduation requirements for foster youth and EL students that may be eligible for the assembly bills, allowing them to graduate with fewer courses. Providing additional case management to support foster youth. Increasing primary language courses for newcomers to build Spanish literacy while they are still continuing their academics across district sites. Addressing the needs of late arriving ELD students with interrupted education, course placement, literacy support, and Albro can tell you all about this. They are coming. They are coming. We're going to have a lot of students next year with trauma and interrupted educations and some serious academic and emotional gaps for us to help fill. And what kinds of supports are we going to be offering to students who've had a really, really tough time before they got to us? Continue to explore pathways for students who are credit deficient in reaching high school graduation. Personalizing our outreach and engagement strategies for our underrepresented communities so that our zip code participation matches our number of students who come from those zip codes, those communities. and the recruitment and retention of classified, certificated personnel and management with a lens towards equity. An example of that was developing our own, what we've done for classified staff, joining teachers' ranks, and then also a BIPOC affinity group, which is in the works. Implementing the improvement strategies below to address pupil outcomes for students with disabilities. Collaborating with feeder middle schools on the matriculation process. Improving data tracking to verify the SACE data for kids coming to us from our partner districts. Examining the annual address verification process to make sure that we are serving our SPED students who live in our communities. Looking into a district-run therapeutic extended school year in place of middle school non-public school, extended school year placements. Offering behavioral support training for current SKIAs staff in order to prevent non-public school placement due to conduct disorders. Increasing district program options for students currently placed in non-public schools such as Satellite and Satellite Plus. We know that it's better for kids if they can stay home. Collaborate with general education on increased child find efforts for general ed students placed in unilateral residential placements. And then participate in CSACE, and Shawnice has joined Ilya and I and several other staff members on our district's committee with a fully state and board approved plan to address inequity. Goal 3, all things Jarrett Dooley. The district will ensure the well-being of students, and students will receive appropriate academic, behavioral, and social emotional supports, including full implementation of multi-tiered systems of support at all sites in the district. And Jarrett did the same sort of chunking that we saw Vicky do with goal 1, and that I actually think I'm going to go back and change on my goals to do the same thing. I like it. Coordinating practice and expectations. So this is the facilitating the continuous MTSS learning, training, and PD. And multi-tiered systems of support got added onto when we had a whole lot of people go to a training this spring that was well received by counselors and our mental health specialist, Jarrett and his team. And part of that training was talking about how it's not just MTSS, but there also needs to be multi-domain support, meaning that we are looking at the whole student. And, you know, if we're sitting in an SST, are we also talking about what classes can they be taking that can support their having a positive experience? Where are they and where they're UCA through G? So we're not looking just at what are the holes we need to fill, but what are the things you have to look forward to in participating academically in our school environment? Align consistent process to access intervention supports, as well as aligning the scope of intervention services and practices. Continue with the SEL task force with action and implementation steps. Develop tiered social emotional with UDL guiding principles, universal design of learning, of engagement, and including supports for BIPOC students and staff dealing with racial trauma. Analyzing and supporting appropriate staffing levels for counseling and mental health. Hey boss, how's my speed?
You're good.
Awesome. Crystal nicely told me that I talk too fast. I appreciated the feedback. Efficacy of interventions and delivery. Create and provide effective universal screening in SEL behavior and academic domains. Implement and expand the intervention menu. I love that, intervention menu, with trusted research-based strategies that match students' needs, tier 1, 2, and 3. We heard this loud and clear from counselors who said, when we're sitting in an SST with a family, we need more interventions at every level to be able to offer. And we need to standardize across the district more than we already have what those interventions are. Develop and expand alternative pathways for learning. Next slide. Data system, broaden data sources for social emotional learning and behavioral intervention. As you most likely know, students come into us as freshmen, and the vast majority of their social, emotional, and behavioral experience before us is unknowns to us. So we can have a kid who had a really hard time in 8th or 9th grade because of something traumatic that happened. And if it hasn't become a situation where a kid has ended up with an IEP, they can arrive to us and we can never have that information. We're starting all over on how we are trying to help serve that student with their emotional and behavioral needs so that they can focus on their learning. Aligning data implications and evaluating and monitoring the efficacy of our intervention programs. And then finally, integrating services for disadvantaged student groups. This would be our unduplicated students. For foster youth, a provision of community resource information for parents and students that would include things like shelter opportunities, housing, where to get food and clothing, where to go for health support, COVID resources. Increasing collaborative communication system in identifying health, wellness, and educational student family needs and coordinating district and community sports and services, what's being offered in the community that we can plug our kids and their families into, and then where are there gaps that we need to try and find ways to fill or ask other community organizations to help us fill. And then for English language learners, professional development on trauma-informed practices, to LEP and ELD teachers to expand student engagement. And that would go back, of course, to unaccompanied minors, some of the things that have been happening in borders in recent years, time in detainment camps or whatever fancy word they gave, those awful places. That means we've got some students arriving to us where there's a lot to work through before you can start convincing a student that verb tense matters. So next slide. Goal 4, this is Jackie. The district will support and promote successful student outcomes at the district's small schools and alternative programs. Next slide. So based on a review of targeted student outcomes, so figuring out what are the outcomes we want for students, develop both short and long-term improvement plans for each alternative program in the district to help them get to or continue getting to those targeted outcomes for students. Based on an assessment of student needs, develop a comprehensive strategic plan for providing alternative education opportunities in the district that includes the continued role of distance learning as an instructional delivery model and considers more opportunities for students seeking alternative programs focused on vocational technical careers. This was a great discussion that we had at, it used to be Principals Council. Now it's all site administrators, some directors and cabinet. And we looked at LCAP as a body in that manner 2 different weeks. And this came out of conversations that people are having about how there are students who prefer distance learning and would like to stay there. And can we accommodate for students in a quality way in our district? And then Jackie, who's really, really good about process and procedure, said, we need to take a comprehensive assessment of all of our alternative education programs for students and look at it through that lens. Where are our gaps and where do we want to fill them? And how might a distance learning school fit in with that plan? Oh, and then this next one comes from, if you'll remember the community engagement survey results, there were a high percentile of folks in every group who didn't feel that they could give an elevator speech on what our small school options are. So if you can't give an elevator speech on it, then how are you supposed to know whether or not it's a good fit for a student and help encourage them accordingly to apply for it? So create and maintain a descriptive catalog of small schools and alternative programs that will provide students, parents, and community members with a clear understanding of the vision, mission, and intended student outcomes for each school and program. Next slide. There we are, sorry. Based on its initial WASC action plan for accreditation, which makes total sense, since somebody from the outside already came in and said, hey, these are some areas of strength and these are some areas of growth for you. So taking that input and providing ongoing support for Tide Academy to continue to refine its vision and to finalize the curricular and instructional plan for all grade levels, and then assess the impact of the current facilities on the growth of the instructional program at Tide Academy over the next 3 to 5 years. And then back to WASC reports, provide focused support for EPAA and Redwood High School based on each school's WASC in order to identify the resources necessary to ensure successful completion of each school's WASC action plan. And last but not least, identify strategies to stabilize the funding stream for Redwood High School in order to maintain the long-term viability of its CTE pathways and provide support services for its students. So as you're all well aware, most CTA pathways are 2 to 3 years. Most students spend less time than that at Redwood. So how do we make it so kids can double up? How do we make sure courses that are in areas that kids need, but that also satisfy CTA requirements so that they leave us with some more awesome skills? And how do we do that without supplementing funding? Next slide. This one is me. The district will offer in-person instruction to students who wish to return as soon as possible, building on innovative practices developed during distance learning. And moving to the next slide, my first action is about making sure that we're getting input across all of our communities that represents the percentile of students from that community. And I actually think I might take this one out of mine because I think it fits better in other places and it's come up several times in this. But I do want to keep in mind how important it is that when we're making these decisions about what worked for people during distance learning and what do we want to keep, how are we going to help with the learning gaps that may have occurred, that we are getting that input from all of our stakeholders in demographically representative appropriateness. So the first, or after that, the next 4 bullets are about things that we're going to do in summer school. And some of that ties into getting kids back to school, which is why it ended up on my slides. Also, some of the success that we've had with distance learning will still be used this summer. So if you're wondering why is that there, we wanted to capture the need for credit recovery and it seemed like the most logical place to put it. And then the bullets following are about what did we learn in the process of community engagement, about what people felt really worked. We are going to continue, if everyone's not back at the same time in the fall, on concurrent instruction while social distancing is a requirement. So we've heard loud and clear from parents that they want their students to have their teachers and that they want for their students to have as much instruction with the teacher, synchronous, not asynchronous learning as possible. So mathematically, if everybody's not in the room, then you either have to do concurrent instruction or you have to have more synchronous days. And that was reinforced by teachers and many, although not all, site administration who said, let's not try to learn a new way to deliver instruction right before we may all be back at school. So continuing daily office hours was really, really popular. People found that very helpful at both the staff, student, and parent feedback level. Looking at redesigning Wednesday instruction to offer wellness for students, extend office hours, and provide time for teacher collaboration and training. So what we are looking at there is, what are all of the days that we have early release that we could have happen on those Wednesdays? What are all of the times in the year when we take kids out of their academic classes because there are other things that we need to give to them, whether it's the safe and sober prom or the behavior handbook or your elective options for next year or here's what you need to do to meet UCA through G at this level. And what if we could do all of those on Wednesdays? What if, and this is of course, negotiations with SDTA, what if we could do something like an advisory on Wednesdays where kids would be broken into groups and for 50 minutes, they would get the SEL that they're all gonna need. Everybody's gonna have post-traumatic distress to greater and lesser extents, but they're all gonna need that time to process and get coping strategies once this is over. So we're looking at instructional minutes with the state. Next slide, please. Oh, and what I didn't say about that, but you don't need to go back, is that when we ask teachers, what do you most need to help students with learning loss? By far and large, the most consistent response was, we really need time to collaborate and time to plan, AKA Wednesdays. Continue to provide one-to-one devices for all district students. And this next one's a doozer, Rich, talking about things that may or may not be here by the time we submit this to the county at the end of June. Continue to make available for EL foster youth and socioeconomically disadvantaged students hotspots. And then we've already talked about the investigation of a district-wide distance learning school. So that will most likely come out on my slide and to Jackie, but we'll see, maybe it will come to mine. She and I will talk. And then we've had really good success with students who've had access to, it used to be called Grade Slam, and now it's called Paper, where they have 24/7 online tutoring support. So we're looking at, we've had that for Avid, and now we've had it for foster youth. Some of our academy students, sites identified some of their most at-risk and struggling students this year, and we got them subscriptions. It's not a silver bullet for everybody, but we've gotten many, many reports from students, and the data on how frequently our students log in with a tutor is compelling, that we would like to continue to offer that. And a shout out to Diana Wilmot, who said, hey, we've got extra licenses. Why aren't we deploying these to students who need them? And made sure we were making good use of all those licenses this year. And that is that for that item. And now we welcome your questions and comments. Alan, do you mind calling on people?
Maybe just a process check, Alan. I don't know how you want to do it. If you want us to, I've got a list of maybe 10 things. If you want to pick it by goal, or each trustee goes through everything, in which case I don't care the order, but do you have a process approach to this?
I think it would probably work best to have each trustee bring what they've got to the table.
LCAP authors, I'm assuming that you are writing your notes for items that, pertain to you. And then we'll have the minutes from Laura.
I mean, the one thing, Alan, on that would be if there's something and we're looking, if the goal here is to get guidance, it makes it hard for us to gel on a topic if we have to wait and keep notes on what each person said and then try to figure out what our guidance is. So I'll just, maybe you can facilitate the discussion in a way that we get to clear guidance, but I think that's the goal here.
All right, well, maybe then in that case, the best thing is to more or less go back through the slides, Bonnie, and kind of say, okay, what questions and comments do you have on this chunk of stuff? And we can go round robin to everybody.
So just go by goal and we just give comments based on goal. Okay.
Yeah.
And Mr. President, and what if, I guess my comments are going to be broader than that. They're generally not going to be point by point, but.
Yeah. How about if we go broad comments first and then specific ones second?
It does seem like it's going to be really slow to go through slide by slide.
I just want to do go by goal. We don't have to go slide by slide. Well, we just go by goal and we just have comments and then the general ones at the end.
And in 12 minutes, I'm going to ask you guys to extend the meeting. So let's try to minimize that.
Yeah, let's get going.
Ask us now.
Go one.
So
I'm sorry, was it general comments first or goal one first?
I'm going to break what Alan said. I'm going to do just a general comment first. There are several positions to be hired that were listed, maybe 6, a tech person, more IVPs, equity director, site equity people, maybe some other ones. a process that I've used in the past, I found effective, is to have management prepare a list of kind of all the wish list of things and what they cost. And that's sort of part of the budget discussion. And maybe we're not hiring all these people. Maybe we're hiring none of them. Maybe we're hiring some and not others. As just an approach I don't know if there's a process, but trying to decide, basically management versus staff and what the right ratio is. And there's these 6 different ones, probably best not to do them one at a time, but thinking of a process, not tonight, but tonight would just be coming up with what the process will be as part of our budget discussion about all of those positions would be my general comment to start. Curious colleagues' thoughts on other approaches to deciding about all the different positions that were suggested.
So if I could comment real quick. So with the design of the LCAP and how it's evolved each year, the expectation for the LCAP is that it contains around 90% of our budget in there. And so the items that aren't really in there is some facilities, legal fees, utilities, and so forth, but they really look for around 90% of the budget. So it kind of creates that narrative about the actions and services. So we could do that in 2 forms. If it makes it through the LCAP desire for actions and services to help us attain a goal, then we also can look at it on the budget side, potentially with the budget committee on the affordability. We can kind of do those concurrently.
So I'll say broadly, I would question kind of each and every one of them independently, but I don't know if that, not tonight, and I don't know how would be the best way, but each of the hires, I'd want to kind of, is that the right approach? Is the cost the right cost? Are there other ways to achieve the same thing? And I don't know where the management governance breakdown is best achieved in this. And again, I'm not looking to do it tonight.
Okay.
Can I add to that? I guess I'm hesitant for trustees to cherry pick individual items as opposed to broad framing. For me, I mean, that would include a document as comprehensive as this. Seems like it has to be a multi-year approach. And I would want to be cognizant of the fact that we want to make sure we don't overload district staff and teachers with too much there. That came up in the past in our conversations, and that's even more true now given the pandemic. And so also, even though if there's a state requirement that the LCAP be approved every year, I hope it's not invented new every year, that we really look upon this as a multi-year document. And then that also means we don't make decisions about a yay or nay on a specific item, but instead is this urgent for is this the most appropriate thing to do now, or is it something that might be deferred till later?
So Chris, let me butt in. I apologize because I should have said this at the beginning. We are at the beginning of a new 3-year LCAP cycle. So these will be our goals and these will be our actions for the next 3 years. And we'll be able every year to say, we're changing a goal and then we have to give the reasoning, or same for an action, but this is designed to be a 3-year undertaking.
Okay.
And I think the reason I said that I think I'm going to chunk mine like Vicky and Jarrett did is because a lot of mine are really sub actions for the bigger action. And I think that makes it more edible for staff, myself included.
All right, I'd like to butt in with 2 pieces of management. First is let's go ahead and address the fact that we're approaching 10 o'clock and we're going to run a little past. And I would like the board's judgment about extending beyond our 10 o'clock limit for this evening.
Do it.
This thumbs up.
Yes.
Everybody good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we are extended, but we will be mindful of trying to finish close after 10 o'clock. The second is that we have not taken public comment before diving into board conversation, and we do have 2 attendee hands up. So I'd like to hear from them before we return to the board in depth. So the first would be Michael Deksheniks.
Hi, I appreciate the opportunity to comment here. As I'm listening to this LCAP discussion, there's a couple things that strike me. One is, I think you need a goal zero, and the goal zero should be the goal to return to full-time, full instructional hours as soon as possible. Because everything else you're talking about really doesn't work unless you're back in school as much as you can be. The second thing is that a lot of what I'm hearing is very aspirational, and it needs to be more in the context of where we are right now, which is we need to return to school and we need to get back on track. The fact that you're already talking about keeping the asynchronous day tells me that the board is not serious about returning to school full time. And I find that as a parent, and I find that as a community member, I find that pretty appalling. The fact that I'm hearing things like the asynchronous day is so valuable to teachers and it helps with planning as well as other things, I can tell you I haven't seen it make a material difference in our current model, right? Whether it's office hours or planning or anything else, it hasn't materially changed or made the current learning experience any better, right, than it can be. So I think it's actually been a pretty wasteful day, and I see that more as an opportunity to just have kind of an easy day, assign some homework, show up for office hours, and call it good. So I would like to see the board put a goal zero in here that says our first and foremost goal is to get back to full-time and full instructional hours as soon as possible. Everything else hangs off that. Everything else is aspirational. So let's get back to priorities here. Thanks.
Okay, and our other speaker. Oh, we've got folks popping up. We will hear from Erica and Tina, and then we'll be done with that.
Hi, this is Erica. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to echo the previous comment that I think the asynchronous, the fact that the asynchronous day is being discussed as an ongoing goal is really concerning for me as a parent. I realize that, teachers and administrators may see some value in having additional prep time or office hour time. This is a massive pedagogical shift. As parents, we expect that our children will be able to get instructional hours, regular in-class instructional hours 5 days a week. This is something that is the educational model across the country in public schools. And I really would hope that our district wouldn't consider changing this pedagogical model at this time, and especially without study. I mean, I think if you talk to parents, you will hear that this day is not the productive day for students that perhaps the administration thinks it is. And so I really, really hope this does not stay on the list of goals for the LCAP. Thank you.
Okay, I see that a whole flock of hands have started going up, so I will ask that everybody that wants to put in a comment, raise your hand now, and then the board will decide on how we handle comments.
And I will go ahead and write people's name down.
Thank you.
Give me 1 second.
Okay, I see 6 more.
All right.
We also have one panelist with a public comment, Shawnee's.
Oh, you have a panelist? Okay. Are the panelists going after the public speakers, correct?
It's also public comment.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, I'll put Edith down and Chris and myself.
No, the board.
The board members don't need to be recorded.
Okay.
It's our meeting.
All right. Sorry. Got Edith down. All
okay,
right.
So we will hear these 6 current members of the public. That's substantially longer than our 10 minutes.
We're going to do 2 minutes each. but we gave the other people 3 minutes. So I wonder.
Well, neither of them took more than 2 minutes. Let's go with 2 minutes. I would like to recommend 2 minutes for the rest of this list.
Okay, let's start with Tina. Oh, Tina Lynn. Where is she? Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So first of all, thank you for accepting public comment. And I do want to start out by expressing my gratitude to the board and to the teachers union for making progress, because I know it's been a long haul. I will say that when entering this year, one of my primary concerns was the reduced instructional minutes. Granted, you know, there was a lot of consideration. I know it's been very difficult, and I do really appreciate how challenging it has been. But I have to say, I'm incredibly distressed to hear that the goal is not to try to return to some sense of normal, which is full-time in person with full-time instructional minutes. I think it's a fact that the reduced instructional minutes this year has meant less learning and learning loss across the board. And I think it's, you know, again, I understand the challenges. I understand it's been really difficult. But if we don't start out with a goal of trying to get back to full-time, full instructional minutes, I think we're shortchanging our students. We're shortchanging their learning. We're going to perpetuate this learning loss that's only going to build over time. So I would strongly encourage us to reconsider that goal. The second point I'd like to make is I applaud the efforts to, you know, try to support, you know, mental health. It is a tremendous issue. I have it in my own house. I applaud all efforts, but I don't know that should come at the cost of instructional minutes. And so I'd like us to look at ways that we can supplement, you know, above and beyond. So if we can do additional programs to support mental health that doesn't compromise the instructional minutes, I'd really like us to consider that. And thank you. Thank you very much.
I believe the name is Jilly Kadiver. Am I saying that right?
Is it me? Hello?
Hello, is that Jilly?
It is actually Satiz. Jilly's my wife. I'm dialed in here. So excluding some of the things I heard about Wednesdays, which I certainly concur with the prior speakers, these LCAP goals are really good. But I'd really like to go over goal 1. The district will strengthen quality instruction by improving engagement, rigor, and preparation for college, career, adult, and civic responsibilities for all students. This can genuinely only happen in person. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. And it's really incumbent, I think, upon the board to be much more deliberate and action-oriented. This is a board meeting, as the President Sarver just said. The board's role is to direct staff on what to do, and we're really, really not seeing that. 2 topics that would very directly support goal number 1 that's come up, and Sarver pointed it out during the part about the correspondence, is percent of student population, 3-foot rule, and the board needs to be clear, very clear in directing staff. That's ultimately why you were elected. You were elected for these types of actions and directions. The first topic is using percent of student population, right? The 25 to 50% needs to be of student population. This is a way to actually make goal number 1 happen, and to happen now, not next year, not 3 years from now. And the second topic is the 3-foot rule. This was talked about at the beginning of the meeting, but it was just mentioned in passing. I did not hear tonight any clear direction from the board to the superintendent to come back with a plan that incorporates the new 3-foot rule announced by the CDC and the state, and the county has communicated it would align with it, so we can dramatically increase in person now this spring to make these LCAP goals a reality. Every day counts. Please direct staff to take action to meet these goals. Thanks.
Michael Lewis Carmont.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm a little technically challenged here. Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I also want to express my appreciation for the board and the teachers union. I know this has been very hard, and I know you guys have worked very hard on this. I do want to echo the comments of the last speaker. I believe that you've been elected to direct, and you have been elected to lead. And I think it's very clear if 5 full days of full instruction in person was important for the last 20, 30, 40 years, it's important now. And it is very discouraging and distressing and unacceptable that we would have, in my opinion, that we would have a plan in place that would be looking to have an asynchronous day and not provide that. We need to be back full-time in fall. There's going to be challenges. We need to start now aggressively working. And many of the other speakers have spoken about how we could do that and why we could do that. But if we don't do that now, we will not get there. We will continue to shortchange our most vulnerable constituents, our students. And so I would ask you to seriously consider your roles, consider what you are here to do. I would ask that the administration consider their roles. We need, and as one speaker said, goal 0, full-time in fall, full instructional minutes, no asynchronous days. Let's get back to school. Thank you very much.
Katie Ann?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you for taking my comment. I just wanted to address the asynchronous also. And just as a parent with kids that I can tell you who would tell you that they really like asynchronous, the reason they like it is really not for any productive reason. It's kind of just a day off, it feels like. And I sent a long email to the board last fall and Edith about my concerns, kind of about the lack of time that the kids were able to have with their teachers and their teachers teaching. And I actually had a response from Edith that said even in normal full time, she didn't even think that there was enough time for them to learn all of the information. So I'm wondering why having a day off from what we normally have in full time, how that's going to help the kids learn all that they need to learn. I just feel like it in a way undermines the importance of our teachers. I think our teachers teaching live to our children is what teaches them. I think the children are not able to learn effectively on their own. I just think it's probably 10 times what they'll learn from the teachers in front of them. And I just think that an asynchronous day is not going to accomplish what they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Trisha Barr? Trisha?
Okay, just got my unmute button. There's a bit of a pause there that.
Sorry about that.
No worries. I just want to reiterate what I think some others have said as well, that the goals first and foremost need to be for full-time in-person instruction for all students. And we don't need to wait for the fall. We can be doing a lot more now this spring. I would really like to hear the board direct staff to bring back as many students up to the 50% in the MOU as possible, starting the April 19th. That's already what's been negotiated and should be a no-brainer since there's no schools that have had more than 50% of its students opt in. I also would like, I was also horrified to hear that we're thinking about continuing the concurrent model of instruction. Other states all over the country are planning for a full-time fall, and students will be able to opt out of in-person if they're medically fragile. And in that case, these situations are being handled on a case-by-case basis. They're not creating a completely different instructional model in order to accommodate those few students. I think we've got plenty of virtual models in the state of California. Even if those kids need to transition to a charter school for that and we lose some of our funding, I think we really need to be thinking creatively about how we return to a full in-person instructional model and think creatively about how we can serve those students who that model doesn't work for. Thank you.
Thank you. Abigail, you will be our last speaker.
I want to name, I'm really excited by a lot of what I saw in this LCAP plan. There's probably 100 bullet points in there. And I so appreciate how all of them are focused on our school district and our community and what we need for all of our students at all of the schools. Since so many speakers in this comment just now focused on just one bullet point out of the 100 that we saw, I also will. The one bullet point I would really like to point out is in goal 2 about personalizing outreach and engagement strategies for our underrepresented communities. And I so appreciate that one, particularly because we are hearing very valid concerns, important concerns that need to be heard. But as we are noticing, they are all the same concern, and they're not from our underrepresented communities. In fact, we've seen in our LCAP survey results, they're overrepresented who's actually in our classes. So I just wanted to focus on how much I appreciated that bullet point. And I think there's even another one about zip codes. I so appreciate this idea of having everyone's voice. That's something I'm going to continue showing up to board meetings and watching as an ELD 3 and English 2 intensive teacher. I want to make sure all of my students are getting the same quality education. And I really think this LCAP plan will do that, particularly focusing on getting the voices of everybody. So thank you.
Thank you. And we have our last panelist, which is Edith. She can speak now.
Hi, I originally raised my hand to address what I think Bonnie Hansen mentioned pretty clearly, was that there's a variety of input on the proposed administrative roles. And to the point that I think Trustee Ginn made, those roles represent anywhere from $1 million to $1.2 million worth of salary before we talk about benefits as well for those individuals. And I think we need to have real conversations about what the items are that are being addressed by those positions, as well as whether those positions are the only way and really the best way to achieve the desired goal. There might be other ways to address things that don't involve adding administration roles. We used to have a joke in this district that went, why did the chicken cross the road? Was to get a consulting gig in the Sequoia district. The joke for the last 5 years could have been, why did the chicken cross the road? To get a new administrative position at the district office. Those positions have ballooned over the last 5 to 6 years. However, given my privilege of speaking after the other public comment, I also want to address just that I find it ironic that we had a number of months ago quite a few community members commenting how distressed they were that we were not using this time and this incredible gift that we've been given through the pandemic to reimagine what school could be, to really think about what we offer to students, how we offer it, and what we can do to make school the most that it can be. And now what we're hearing is, you know, we don't want you to reimagine what school can be. We want what school was. And I understand that because it's been a year since we were in what was comfortable, and we want to go back to what we were comfortable in. But I think what some of the commenters have heard in terms of the asynchronous Wednesday is not really what was presented in the LCAP discussion. What was presented was a way of eliminating the interruptions that our students have from our daily class. If you talk to your students who've been in our district and ask how many times they need to get pulled out for an assembly or a test or something else, they lose a good number of instructional minutes, and especially from their core classes, to do that. If we were able to restructure that, that would be a blessing to the core subjects. If we were able to provide the mental health and emotional wellness component that so many of our students have addressed the board about needing, about being burnt out, about being anxious, about missing school repeatedly because they cannot cope with the pressure. If we can use something like Wednesdays to lessen that pressure, to be able to provide the reteaching that some students need without holding back the other students who can be working on the next thing, that would be an amazing thing to move forward. And I'm really sorry for the families who have not seen the benefit of the asynchronous Wednesdays, who think that we are sitting home sipping our lattes and showing up at 3 o'clock for office hours. But I can tell you that Wednesdays right now are the most exhausting days for teachers in the week, because we are in constant meetings with our curricular teams, with our departments, with the equity and diversity councils on our campuses, staff meetings, the IB team, the AP team, the intensive team, the EL teachers, constant meetings about what can be done, what can be improved, how we can reach out to specific students, who needs a referral, who knows what's going on with this specific student. We are in 7 hours of back-to-back Zoom on those days, and probably not taking the lunch breaks that we should be. Those days are being used to the fullest of their ability. And I think teachers, the one thing that teachers have taken away from this that has helped keep them plugged in is that we have had that time to do the learning to make this year different so that it can be successful. Because if we had taught exactly the way we did in class, just in front of a camera, we would not be successful with any of our students. Thank you,
Edith. So
Okay.
that was a public comment. I think it was a little over, but thank you, Edith, for your words. Do we have any more public comments?
No, I think we're set to go, and we'll move away from additional public comment at this point, back to board conversation. I'd like to make 3 quick observations before I call on Shanice to keep going. First of all, the LCAP is a strategic look forward. It is the direction we are trying to steer the aircraft carrier and what we want, how we want to improve the district over the coming years. And for that, it is a long community engaged process where we go to great effort to garner input from a huge number of identified groups. This result that we're looking at, or this current phase that we're looking at, is the building out of that plan to take into account all of that vast amount of input. The second point I want to make is that the board added a fifth goal this year, recognizing that the impact of the pandemic was so vast and the urgency of establishing a return to some kind of recognizable normal of public education was so critical that it had to take its place alongside the strategic goals that drive our long-term efforts. It was added in a clear recognition that it was goal 0 or goal 1 or goal 5. It is on the list because it is a goal that cannot be ignored and is part of this planning. The final thing that I'll throw in there is that one of the challenges that the board threw to our staff in working through the LCAP was that it behooves us strongly to look at the experience of the year of distance learning that we have run and deeply analyze all of the new things that we tried on the battlefield that are having a positive impact on the quality of education we're able to deliver, and ask our professionals to say, how can we fundamentally improve the educational experience in our district by moving forward and not just back to normal? How can we go about the process of building back better based on what we have learned through this? And the recommendation of fully retaining and focusing on the benefits of the weekly day of collaboration was most universally brought forward from every corner of our district, from all of our professionals, as the biggest positive impact we could have on the quality of education being delivered. I want to set very clear to our attending members of the public that there is zero intentionality to look at how we can delay or minimize a return to the classroom, how we can shortchange our students in any way, or how we can make life cushier for our lazy staff. It is the professional outcome of recommendations of how we can learn from our experiences and build back better. And I strongly hope that the board, along with all of our staff, will be looking at this among the other recommendations with the eye to how would this most improve student outcomes and where does it fit in the constellation of the work we want to do to be continuously improving student outcomes. Okay, that's my soapbox for now. Shanice.
Okay, I have a few questions, so I'll get through them and hopefully, Bonnie, at the end, you can answer these. First of all, thank you for the very thorough plan that was, and I think everything that everybody ideas were in there. So I appreciate that because I think having more things in there, because this is a draft. So trying to figure out having everything in there will help us narrow down to what's important. I do disagree a little bit with reopen SUHSD regarding there needs to be a goal 0. There's a goal 5. So that is about reopening. If we need to clarify that, maybe, but it is to open up fully, as soon as possible. So I believe that that is there. And I know when people look at the order, maybe they wanted a number 1 versus a number 5, but it's there. And that was intentional with our board during our board retreat. So we heard everyone loud and clear. 2, read the CEIS task force, the one that I'm on, when we talked about the underserved community. Do we need to say specifically about overdiagnosis or overrepresentation of African-American individuals, because I think that's more specific to that. You can answer that at the end. I'm not for sure if it needs to be clarified. As far as ELD, do we make up a master plan, or is that required? Like I wasn't quite sure what that is. So like, is that innovative that we have a master plan, or are we trying to meet a requirement, right? So that was one question. When I look at the math initiative and the placement based off 8th grade math, I want to be very clear, coming from Ravenswood, we're doing a great job in Ravenswood, but that kind of adversely impacts us. So I wonder if there is, in my mind, I'm like, you're placed based off your 8th grade class, and I don't know if we have algebra 1 yet or algebra, but those are the kinds of things that impacted my kids coming into the district. So how can they have access to all the same level of classes, just like the feeder school, but with support, so that they can function in those classes versus being held back into other classes, creating tracking and in some ways, creating tracking and less diversity and less mixture of kids in classes. So I want to put that out there. The digital academy piece, I want to thank Jackie to say, look at what we already have. I'm just going to go through my whole list. And so my question around that is, I know that there's independent study, there's all these other options. I do think that the digital academy may be very important, especially for our kids coming out of the pandemic. It's going to not be 1 year, it's going to be 2 to 3 years out for some of our kids and families, that they will need to recover from this. And so some kids did well, especially those with high anxiety. I also heard kids who don't have to do the imposter syndrome, meaning that I was in the AP classes, and these are kids not from my community, and then coming back to school, like that struggle of the peer relationship piece, or staying up and making sure that you look good and that you're going to, whatever, but in actuality, they're dealing with a lot of stress. So I do think that that may be an option, or even that maybe not all their classes, maybe most of their classes are face-to-face, but some are digital. So I don't know, but I like the independent study and like to learn more about how that fits into this. And then, what else was I going to say? So I think those are the things that I was thinking about. And as far as what I've been hearing from students, and I want to be clear about this, I've actually talked to a lot of kids from different schools. And one of the things that I noticed that actually mirrors, and my hope, SUHSD, if there's someone who wants to call me or email me, let me know. But like one of the biggest arguments starting in December 16th, when I started, without knowing anything, people wanted to get to school because of mental health, right? And it was more about creating an argument for that to a foundation, right? And then things switched in January, right? When I started looking at the emails and conversations I was having with parents, there was significant mental health stuff that was happening. And so there was this, and I've mentioned this at board meetings. So the kids who we thought needed it weren't the ones who actually needed it, right? And so it just showed up in different ways for different kids. Not right or wrong, no judgment, it just showed up differently. So when I think about this asynchronous days, and when I talk to our mental health specialists, when I talk to my beautiful colleagues in the community at Children's Health Council and up and down the peninsula, and all the research that's being done around the prolonged traumatic impact that this will have on our kids and family, like kids just don't bounce back and get back to normal. You do need to build up so that they can be back to normal. And so we have kids who have blown out. They have been 5150. We have people, the physicians talked about the enormous amount of kids with anxiety and depression. We've talked about kids who were just freaking out just to come back and be around peers and really feel that peer pressure. So we have known this for years, but the pause of the pandemic has shown us that we need to support our kids more and not in extra ways as if it's community service, but that it's integrated throughout the day. What does that mean? When you go to college, you need to be able to cope with stress. And even as I work with my son, as he goes to college, they're actually doing wellness at the community colleges now of saying, how do we embed this in the day? So I want to put an argument out there that kids only just not need to be academically ready. They have to be able to manage that college experience, the drugs, the alcohol, the stress, asking for help, not just showing up and getting the A, but also managing what it means to have the pressure around keeping up your grades. So I want to push back on that a little bit. Maybe it's not all Wednesday, but I think if we're going to do a really good job, that would be helpful. And then the very last thing, Simone and I had a meeting with parents, and one of the things that came out about that, about diversity and inclusion, and I'm not for sure where this goes, is really to really say, looking at the diversity of communication channels for families and really listening to families. And I don't know where that is. I know we're doing outreach strategies, but like really how communities listen to each other and how that information is done. In my community, you can send an email all day long and a telephone call, but really what they want you to do is sit on their porch, right? And that's just how we do things, right? That doesn't mean other people don't do that. It just means in my community, that's what we do. Whereas someone else, it may be more networkish and we're all like in this together and we're building this organization, but maybe someone else, they just want to build a relationship with their teacher. So trying to figure out at the district level, and I do think some of these positions could actually be in one. And I just actually disagree with Edith that I think what I'm learning through this pandemic is that we do need another administrator position to really think about equity, to think about family and community engagement and community engagement, right? Because I think one of the things SUHSD opening, you know what I'm talking about, the group, is that they said we didn't leverage our community as much as we needed. And I think that's an area where we could grow to do a lot more. So those are the things I have to say, and I'm done. Thanks.
Rich?
Yeah, so I think we need to take a step back and go process here. I mean, board is the what, not the how, and we need to get 3 people to give guidance. A lot of these things kind of flow into budget, which kind of is in our category, but I'm just sort of struggling with this process because Shawnee's had a lot of ideas, a lot of great ideas. Each of us may have other ideas, but I don't know, Crystal, if you have an idea of how, or Bonnie, how should this go? Because it's 10:30. I don't want to go for too much longer. We're not going to wrap up. Maybe it's one-on-ones on this, and then we come back together in 3 weeks. I'm open to ideas, but I just feel like this isn't working right.
So the board, right? Governance team, we designed those goals that were driving the LCAP back in, back in January. I think it was January. And the LCAP is a very regulatory process that comes to us from the state, right? Again, 90% of the budgets. The board has said the what. The what is the goals. And this is the respond to the what with how. These are the how pieces that we're thinking about within the actions and services that are required. So I think that maybe this was more of an informational item, kind of now that I'm stepping back and hearing the dialogue go on to it, because what's missing too is the pieces that will be added on how to measure how close we got to meeting this goal, right? And so it's, again, as this 3-year process happens, the governance team decided on the goals. That's the what. Here's the actions and services for the how. And then now we have to go back, does it look good? great. These things really hit the mark. Maybe a comment or two. I don't know how this is going to help you achieve this goal, but we trust you. You guys do this, right? And then we go back for the data pieces as well, as how is that, going to be measured, so that we can either, pivot or strategically abandon an initiative. So that's kind of how I see the process going. I think that it was a lot of great work. I've worked at a couple districts, and I was part of an LCAP, the initial LCAP meeting when the LCAP came to fruition back with the county. And the amount of work and outreach that went into this is just, it's really commendable, and it's great work showing where we're going. And so I think it's important that the board obviously sees all of that in this presentation with the authors. So my recommendation moving forward is that you see that we have addressed the goals. You see that these actions or services are there, and the next round will be putting the forms of measurement in them so that we can be able to come back to you and present how we're doing on achieving these goals.
And I would completely second that. I would say, and I appreciate that distinction very much. I see this as, we don't want you to see these actions for the first time when we are bringing them to you pretty late in the game. So the idea here is, if you see an action that you don't feel like you can get behind, is for us to find that soon, or find out we need to word it differently so that you can. And then if you have ideas and you got 2 other people on the board who want us to pursue them, then we are super happy to do that. But this is more of a look at what we've done. Do you see any areas where we're not addressing what you meant when you wrote that goal? And then go forth and continue. Or wait, get that out of there now.
Yeah, so I have a couple, but I don't feel like tonight's the right way to do it. And maybe we just talk offline. And then if you hear common themes, you kind of say, I heard this from a couple people or something. I'm kind of just process-wise trying to figure out what works here.
I think that's fine. And if we don't hear from you, we'll assume that we're all good to continue down the path on which we're currently going. And like Crystal said, you'll see this again with measurements, and that will make it more clear. You'll see this again with dollar signs, and that will make it more clear. It's a process.
Yeah, so I asked my colleagues their thoughts on this, but I kind of think wrapping up fairly quickly here would be good.
I do want to say, one of the reasons I think this is important, an important step, is obvious from the number of comments that we got on the Wednesday's instruction. Nowhere in this document does it say asynchronous. Nowhere in this document do we mean asynchronous Wednesdays, but that's exactly the kind of thing that needs to come out now as we're building the sort of a plan and exploring what might we do, what might be out there. This is, and that's all I'll say about that for now.
So Rich, in response to your request, I think that if you have a couple of items where you were really concerned by what you saw at a more detailed level and you want to bring it out for a conversation, I prefer just to talk to Bonnie offline, and if she convinces me, then I don't ever bring them up, and maybe I'll convince her on a few things, and we'll go from there.
But
Okay.
we at least finish like some comments, because I know hands are written. I mean, as much as I value what Rich was saying, like it still wasn't clear as to process. So I gave a lot of information, but I want to make sure other people, like our student trustee, has the ability to say what they need to say.
Yeah, that's Safik, your turn.
Yeah, so I actually think a lot of these goals are great. I just wanted to add a couple of things. One was that I think a lot of this could do with more consultation with students, and especially on some of these like decision-making councils or goals, like talking to what students knew. Because I know from a lot of students I talk to, they sometimes feel like in these discussions, they either hear about them after it's already been decided, or they felt like they were never consulted in the decision-making process. So even among these goals, I think almost all of which I completely agree with, I think running them by students would be great. And then I'd also like to add to the last thing, like I know I've talked to a lot of people who have mixed feelings on asynchronous days or an asynchronous instruction, but to some of the public comment, I think there is a way we can increase socioeconomic or emotional development without sacrificing education time and instructional minutes, specifically on like Wednesdays and Thursdays. Because I know at MA, at least before the pandemic, we had flex time, which was pseudo office hours. So if we're changing how we're doing office hours and maybe making them online and after school, then we have built-in time already onto these days where we can do emotional development consistently on a week that wouldn't necessarily sacrifice instructional minutes. So I think there are a lot of creative solutions that we can make to do this. And one final thing, I just had a quite somewhat concern was about the idea of having a permanent online learning thing. I was wondering to what extent it was actually worth it for our district to create our own school, our own system to create online a completely virtual environment, when I know there are many programs throughout the country run by the UCs, run by other states that are already built in. So I just thought it might not be the best use of our resources to create our own version when we can refer students to other equally well-run programs.
Just a real quick note, Savik only gets one shot at that because him and his other site leaders do get a view of the LCAP and also get to participate in feedback in the Student Advisory Committee. So that's another committee that the LCAP is ran through.
All right, Shanice, your hand went up and then back down. Did you have another contribution?
I think I'm going to well, I'll say it here and then figure out if I want for us to have a future discussion. And Bonnie, I don't know how this fits in, so you tell me if it's okay. But I really, some of the language in there doesn't always respect. Not you. I'm not talking about you, but the code, the education code, the way that we talk about kids in the education code, like disadvantage or foster youth versus more student-centered language or person-centered language, students who are unhoused, individuals who are underrepresented, even though we need to match the code of education, I wonder for just loving our students a little bit more and trying to decategorize or using adjectives, but really start using person-centered language in some of the documentation that we're using. And I wonder if the LCAT would be the first step in that. And we can have, if we want to put it on the agenda, I can have someone come talk to us about person-centered language. But I think that's the first part of equity is humanizing the students that we're working with and not putting them in categories. For the purpose of funding, is categories are okay, but like for the purpose of reporting, try to shift the language a little bit.
So Shanice, that's low hanging fruit. We should probably have somebody come in and do some training on that. But in the short term, if you've got a list of preferred terms for things that you saw in here, please send it. We can switch it out.
All right, I'll send it to you. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, do we have other comments on the LCAP, or do we feel wrapped up on and informed? I'm seeing blank stares, so I think that's the sign of informed board members.
Alan, I just want to say, because otherwise I might have trouble sleeping tonight, the math and English coaches have worked with Vicki ad nauseum on these ICAs, and I didn't leave them. I left them out when I talked about it. And we are in such a much better place with those. They're so much higher caliber, and we actually have something measurable and meaningful thanks to their work. So now I can sleep tonight. So much thanks to Vicki and her team for that reality.
Great, thank you for that too.
I'm sorry, Alan, I have one more question. Crystal, in the fall, is it still considered under what is the report called, the framework? Are we still going to have to do that in the fall?
So no, this LCAP will be in place of the learning continuity plan that we did in the fall. So this LCAP has technically 2 annual updates. It will have an annual update from 1920, and then it will have an annual update from the learning continuity plan as well. So
So this plan isn't response to COVID. This plan is just our traditional LCAP.
This is the traditional LCAP. Yet again, another template.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you. So this is not the reopening, the school plan for the fall.
No, those those are gone at this time.
Okay, thank you.
All right. With that, I think we're ready to move on to our action item. And that is a reduction in force that Ms. McAvoy will lead us through.
Yes, so over the last several years, we've had, I believe it's 1 or 2 students at any given time that have needed the services in class of American Sign Language interpreters. And the reason there's 2 American Sign Language interpreters is because it is a physical job. And so there needs to be downtime for each of those interpreters. We've now come to the point that the student receiving these services is graduating. And we do not have other students that are moving in that need those services. So this is a reduction in force for the 2 American Sign Language interpreters. And when they are RIFT, which will be at the end of the school year, if in fact we do have a program or students that end up entering the district, these particular interpreters will be on the 39-month rehire list. And so within 39 months, they would have the opportunity to come back if their services are needed again.
All right. So I mean, this sounds fundamentally like it's more or less a consulting role that has become a position because it was long enough lasting, and now that the need isn't there, we solve the lack of need with the RIF, but they remain in a preferred position for the need to arise again.
Right. And one of the things that's happened over the years is that there was at Cappuccino High School a really robust program for students that were hearing impaired. And the number of students that need those services has decreased over the years because of cochlear implants. And so as that's moved forward with younger and younger children receiving implants, the need for American Sign Language interpretation in each of the classrooms has decreased significantly.
Okay. All right, well, this is an action item. Are there board questions, comments, or a motion for action?
I thought the write-up was pretty complete and I moved to approve.
And I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye. This is a roll call vote.
Roll call vote, thank you. Resolution.
Student trustee Nori,
Yes.
trustee Thompson,
Yes.
trustee Ginn,
Yes.
trustee Stevenson,
Yes.
Vice President Dubois,
Yes.
and President Sarver.
Yes.
Motion adopted, unanimous by a vote of 5.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 16 is trustee superintendent comments, committee reports, agenda setting. Does anybody have a contribution for this evening?
I'm commented out, but as stated earlier, during the COVID update, I heard the request regarding what future COVID updates would look like. So I took those notes and we'll make sure that we incorporate those at the next COVID update.
Okay, another thing that was brought up during the correspondence was the students that were here with the presentation about a climate action resolution had sent in correspondence asking to have a return presentation and discussion on that at an April board meeting. Is there board interest in pursuing a pathway toward such a resolution? Our our conversation the last time around was that we wanted to be going forward with more climate action and engaging student representatives from this group in our district planning, rather than putting together a resolution. So are there other thoughts from board members about putting something on the agenda soon?
Well, I think there's real trade-offs with energy and COVID and circulation, and I don't know all the impacts, and so I'm just cautious of making a resolution without fully knowing everything about it, including what's going on at our site. So I'm cautious on that.
I think it's so late. It's hard to think right now.
Can we put it on the agenda for next time?
Well, I think we could put it in our parking lot of agenda items that have been raised and will be considered in the future.
Well, I know they have a timeline, so it'd be nice to, as a person who's gotten resolutions before, for people to make a decision on whether or not you want to do a resolution. And so if it's students that are asking, I think all the climate stuff, if help me, Edith, if I understand it, or Crystal, that we have a lot of work that we've done around climate change, like that we do as part of our work around facilities and things of that sort. So I'm just wondering, can we just have a discussion, since we already have made some efforts around some of those things, and I'm getting sleepy, so I can't really talk coherently about it. But I wonder if we should, if we said to them that we would look into this, we need to put it on the agenda so we can talk about it. I just don't want students to be, I think we have students who are involved in doing this. So I want to be respectful that we would get back to youth.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with that perspective.
Yeah.
Ellen, can I bring up a different point quickly? I am concerned by some of the comments that were made tonight, that some of our community members don't understand the role of the board and how we work with staff and how we direct staff. And I'm wondering if we should have a community meeting with some of the Reopen people to really kind of flesh that out. Because I feel in so many ways we have improved and we're continuing to improve our work, and people who are watching us for the first time, people who are not used to board meetings, is it worth having a conversation with some of these folks so there aren't misunderstandings of what we are, how we're supposed to work? I mean, I'm really so interested in creating a great board model, so that as people move in and out of our board positions, that we have a stable model. And we really have done great work and we continue to improve. So I'm worried about staying silent by some of the comments that we're getting about things like directing staff.
Do you think you need a conversation, or CSBA, as you know, has guidance on that sort of thing, and there's probably a description that might be useful. I don't
think that's enough to just send them a description. I think it is a conversation, don't you? But I don't know.
I think part of what I hear Carrie saying is that the board meetings have been more accessible than they've ever have. And so what's happening is, at least from my perspective, a lowly old perspective, not necessarily a board member, but even as a parent, is that it's still not clear how boards work, especially if this is the first time you've been there, right? And so, and how do you get your voice heard? Like, what kind of things do we bring to the board? What kind of things do you bring to your site? And so I know for me, I've gotten a lot of emails that sometimes are just personal things, and I have to refer back to a site. They're not board stuff. But there's been questions about, like, Is this supposed to be a dialogue between us and the audience? And we had to make that clear. There's just been little things like that of like, but what's the best way of doing that? Is that through the superintendent's hours to be able to share that? Is that here? But really helping people understand who we are and how we work, not as a defensive mechanism, but more as an education of back and forth so that people can understand. They can disagree, but at least we've shared like how we function as a board. That's what I hear Carrie saying. Did I say it right, Carrie?
And I would think that it might be more an introductory piece that goes into the agenda, a written piece that is a brief description of what a board meeting is for and what the parameters of public engagement are during board meetings. You know, we try to do that somewhat with the public comment write-up, but it certainly could be refined.
We can think more about it. I still think it might be a conversation. It might be a couple of board members meeting or a rotation of board members meeting with some folks. I don't know. I think it's more of a conversation. I think it's a longer conversation to try to get people to understand.
Okay, Safik, you've got your hand up.
This is kind of tangentially related to what Trustee Stevenson and Dubois said, but I think it'd be nice to do something like that, but especially for students, because I know a lot of times students don't know a lot about the school board, even though it probably affects them the most, and maybe have a meeting dedicated to hearing the concerns of students across the district. I know we talked about doing something like that last year, but I don't think it ever came through. So I think before the end of the year, it might be great if we could do something like that.
I love that idea. We do have one public comment.
Okay, so this would be about a suggestion to add an agenda item.
So non-agendized items, it's up to you, President Sarver, but non-agendized items should come during public comment or non-agendized items at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, right. It's trustees and superintendents time here. All right. So
just
that,
for AHOM, no, we're not taking any more public comment at this time.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
We accept the motion to adjourn or not yet?
Yes.
I make that motion.
I'll second.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Good night, everyone.
All right. And Crystal, I hope that tomorrow goes very smoothly and successfully.
Aye.
Night.
Good night.